Hello. Patchy, 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 patchy. Hello. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening. How are you? I could use more sleep. How are you guys? How's everyone? So many chats. Hi, Zell. Hi. Give me a sec. Good. It's been pretty interesting lately. I tried to get more. Tried to get more sleep. Hi. Patchy, patchy, hi all. Hi, Ty. Hi everyone. Thanks for coming. We're just gonna hang out and chat today. The hell? Hi gamer. We'll talk about stuff.
I should have like my eyes burning.
Maybe my hair will stop going into me. That would be cool too. There. Just lean back on my pillow. All I have is water. I was just looking to see if someone could deliver stuff. So it was an interesting weekend here. Yeah. So it's okay, Chaos. Let me fix the camera. Oh my god. Camera? Camera-kun, please. It's classified gamer. I do apologize. My voice has been a little rough. It's due it's due to smoke and stuff, so if you haven't heard, there's been a lot of fires and stuff out west US. One burned a portion of my city down. So things are kind of weird. I woke up Saturday. My phone kept going off. Like sometimes you get one of those alerts and your phone goes, you know, the blaring alert or whatever, but it kept going off again and again and again. I woke up early and I looked and every notification was like worse and worse. So and I was talking to my mods and I started packing, packed what I could in my car. Took a couple hours. I tore down almost all my setup. got all my essentials and everything, the meds, paperwork, all that stuff. I even tore down some VR stuff. This setup is very expensive. I left just basically the desk and the monitor, my main monitor. This is just too big. I sat in my car watching all the channels and apps and info I could. Everyone where I live was leaving one by one. We were in an evac zone. Yeah, I got all my Botans. I got the plushies I could. I couldn't take them all. I was really sad. Needless to say, I was stressed the whole time. It was something. By the time 9 or 10 o'clock rolled around, they had stopped the progression of the fires for the most part. In most areas, not everywhere. At that point, the fire that damaged the city was like 2 miles from me. So I didn't really sleep that night. Morning, whatever. I sleep mornings, but didn't sleep very well. I haven't been sleeping very well. I keep checking the apps. They have like fire and flood maps and the city evac maps and stuff. Today they're finally downgrading some areas out of evac stages and stuff like that. So well, I live in apartments and there's not much brush. It's surrounded by concrete and a parking lot. To the back, I think there's some trees and stuff, which is a little concerning, but I'm still in an evac zone, so basically the main fire was 2 miles from me and it was heading right for me. So the way the wind was blowing, it started like out in the middle of nowhere and moved at like a diagonal based on the wind, and that's where I was. So I'm as long as it's an evac, I don't think I'm gonna go to work. There's a lot of services and stuff not running right now. I was just looking. I got distracted before I started stream. I was looking at services and stuff. DoorDash isn't officially running. It's pretty serious. The other side of the city on the outskirts, there was a fire. Up north, there was a fire. Another one started this morning out in the plains. It's not like like a severe thunderstorm. Now it's done. It's fire season. So if they don't lift the red zone, then I'm gonna stay ready to run. So that's just how it is. Besides that, I've been spending more time with you guys in Discord and stuff, so that's pretty cool. A lot of spacing out for me. It's been a ride. Even the area where my work is in a stage 1, which is like be ready. Stage 2 is get set, which means your shit's at least mostly ready to go. In the car, probably. Stage 3 is go. And I'm still in stage 3, so. Only like half my neighbors came back. Parking lot's pretty empty still, so. But yeah, anyway, got to hang out with you guys. There was no time. And I could kind of see the highway from where I live, and cars were not moving. Like, if you've ever seen a city evac, that's what happened. It wasn't like, oh, you know, one house is burning, no big deal. At the end of it, I think they counted 750 structures plus people's houses. 65,000 people evac'd that they know of, something like that. So it was nothing small. A lot of people lost everything. Yesterday and the day before, people were coming back check on their house in the outer areas, and there's just nothing but brick. If you had brick or chimneys, that's it. Nothing. There was a lady who came back home from work when she heard the alerts and stuff, and she came home to her house on fire with her animals inside. So it's not like, you know, just get all your stuff and go. It's pretty real. So I legit thought when I was packing that I would hop in the car and the fire would be behind the apartments. At the rate it was moving. So pretty real shit. Anyway, aside from that, I did get to spend time with you guys over the weekend, in the last couple of days. Did a little bit of work on stuff, keep my mind busy. Played some games with you guys. It was really nice being around. I honestly get kinda down when I'm at work and can't be here, so. It's not like, oh man, work effort and stuff. It's more like I'm away from this, so. Meta's experience with chewing. Again, I'm sorry if my voice is a little rough. The smoke did a number on me Saturday. I was out, you know, back and forth to the car for like another day. My voice was bleh. If you have like a weather phone app and it shows like air quality in like the 6 stages, the 6 being like very bad, you need a gas mask. It was in 5 Saturday. There was nothing but smoke. It was dark. So I inhaled that shit. It's not just wood burning, it's whatever was in people's houses. Plastic, chemicals, whatever. So, not great. I'm doing much better. Ouch. Actually streamed your stuff with us. Yeah, it was really nice. I really did have a good time despite that. But yeah, that's why my voice is kind of fucked. It's better today than it's been, but yeah, they basically say I heard a truck. They basically say level 6 that you have to have some kind of filters even for your house. I'm trying to fix my fucking earpiece. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, air quality's been pretty crap. There's several pockets out here of like smoke and stuff that haven't cleared. But it'll take time. That's kind of how it is around like valleys and the mountains and stuff. The air doesn't move the same way. So, which is kind of like why where I live, temps don't really rise and drop like other places. Like, you know, the it's one thing I've enjoyed about living here is like it might be like, how do I put this? It's like, you know, fall, you're like, it's cold when you get up and you gotta get ready, but then it's gonna be hot later. It doesn't really happen here. If it's cold, it's gonna kind of stay cold. It doesn't really get warmer that much. So it's like the gap, like the temperature fluctuation, like I lived out east in Pennsylvania. You know, it'd be cold at night, and then during the day it'd be really warm. Yeah, I get all 4 seasons. It's just the fluctuation's not as large. So, like, a summer, like right now, it can be a little bit, but like even like winter was pretty mild. The last 2 winters we didn't get a lot of snow, and it didn't get like super cold. And then it's in Pennsylvania. I think the coldest I got there was like -15°C. The coldest here has been like -7 Celsius. Which is surprising for the region, but it just doesn't fluctuate as much because the way the air moves. You know, it gets kind of, I guess it gets kind of stuck around the mountains or something. I don't know. It was surprising to me too. So it makes for pretty mild, and like you can adjust to the weather better, I think. Like it didn't really get hot till June, and it kind of gradually went up. People here seem used to it, so. But speaking of people here who have been used to it, my neighbor gave me a little hope when we were all packing up our cars and stuff. The older lady. We were packing them up and she saw me crying, clutching my monitor. Just like, I think we'll be okay, but it's good to be safe. I was like, okay. I grabbed my little monitor, my little 1080p one. Oh. I figured at least I would have that if I could set up again somewhere. So. Anyway, sorry if I keep going back to that. It's been my life for like a few days now. So, What are you using? That's cute, whatever it is. Thank you, kind sir, for the goat. Yeah, you know, it's I felt like that one other time in my life where I thought I was gonna lose everything. Not a fun feeling. I gotcha. But yeah, we had fun. Yesterday we played Power Roll a bit. Mostly I just kind of wanted to be around somebody, so I kind of just existed in voice chat. A trophy for the lab. Thank you. My job sent out like emails that's like just have these options. So I was like, yeah, I'm safe, but I'm not coming in, basically. I have hours I can use, a few. It'll be fine. You should be sleeping. It's okay. Holy shit, 235. The goat for the goat meta. I'm glad you're liking it. I stayed up a little past my bedtime yesterday playing Power Roll. It's pretty fun. I'm having way more fun than I did on the original. Like, I played when it came out. It was kind of, whatever. After like a few months, I was like, whatever. At first, I was like, whoa, so cool. But, yeah. Yeah, the other day, I think I stayed up till like 9 something. So I've been working on something. I think we'll have to change scenes for you guys to appreciate it. But I've been working on something. I want to show you a couple things. I'm not going to show you all of it. I'm still kind of working on the outfit. Hi, Drake. Welcome. Thank you for the hearts. What kept me up is something I've been kind of like poking at for about a week or so. Almost 2. I've been like plopping things together, seeing how I like them. I tried like colors that match the theme at first, and like I didn't feel great about it. So I kind of reconceptualized where I was going with it. I put I would say most of my outfits, I try to relate them to something. Listen, more feet. No. It's okay, you could just lurk. So I've been like throwing stuff together. I don't know how much you guys are into Star Wars, but like I want to say a few weeks ago, I'm guessing 3 or 4 weeks ago, I started watching lore videos. Like, I don't know if you guys know the YouTube channel Stupendous Wave. They're really good. What was cute? What? But yes, I've been eating. Yesterday I had freezer pizzas. They're like my break glass for pizza kind of thing. So I had a freezer pizza. I kinda been yesterday I kinda just like ate a little bit at a time. Like Star Wars. Nice. Me. Ooh, me. I really like Star Wars. Let me fix the field of view here. There we go. Oh, nice. Pizza gang. Oh, yeah. I've not tried hot honey on pizza. I have had like spicy stuff though. I have another pizza left. I have some chicken and some veggies and like one soup. A few things of ramen and a few noodle things, like instant noodle things. So that's about it. Crackers. I don't have any snacks or anything. I was just looking to see if I could order a coffee or something, as I checked what if I've always had, I'm sure like any other Star Wars nerd had like their OC in their head. They would be like you know, maybe a clone trooper or whatever. When I was much younger, I was like really into the ships and stuff. I thought they were the coolest thing ever. Like Y-Wings, X-Wings, A-Wings, TIE Fighters. Woo! Yes, we're talking Star Wars. Also, let me see her. A little different BGM. Yeah, they mostly had everything. Apparently the Jedi Order goes back. What was it? 22,000 years, I think. Saw what? The Soul Saber. So I had like a lot of lore in my head. When I was younger, I was like, it'd be fun to be a snowspeeder pilot and stuff. Those were my favorite at the time. I was like, at that specific time, I was like obsessed with like hovercraft and stuff. I don't know. That's weird. But nowadays I'm more into Jedi stuff and learning that. One thing I learned recently is how do I put this? There's different kinds of light side groups. Jedi is just one of them. Not Darth. So some of the people in Discord that were hanging out with me have seen the outfit kind of evolve as I worked on it. The impression, if you looked at them, you would think dark side. But the inspiration is it comes from Luke. Not young Luke. More so like the Luke that started his academy. He wore all black. He believed in exploring both the dark and the light. If you've watched Mandalorian, from like that point on, like when Luke showed up in Mandalorian, from that point on, basically, I didn't say Grandmaster Luke because eventually he becomes Grandmaster and he's OP as fuck. But yeah. So my OC ended up being so sad. There we go. My current OC headcanon ended up being based in Luke's academy, I guess. And I was like, what if, you know, he started I wanted to tie in stuff from the Old Republic too. I was like, what if they restarted some specializations of the Jedi? Special jobs of the Jedi include the main three you probably know, which is Guardian, Consular, and Sentinel. Around the time of the Clone Wars, Sentinels were pretty much gone. Just the Temple Guards had yellow lightsabers and they were handed down. No one at that point was known to bond with a kyber crystal and get yellow anymore. Which had me very interested in Sentinel background lore, and yellow lightsabers. So that's kind of where my characters started. More recently, after watching Mandalorian, I thought it would be cool. I started with yellow, and I ended up using white, and I believe canon, gamer can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was canon, the only way to get white is to purify a red bleeded lightsaber. So basically like reverse bleeding. Okay, thank you. I've been listening to so much, so sometimes I get confused with legends and canon. I'm still like new to like the deep lore beyond the movies and stuff, so like I've watched the movies over and over, not the new ones, but the first 6. Watched some of Mandalorian. Yeah, so what a Sith actually does to get red, well, there was 2 ways. The one way that I can remember is bleeding. Well, it depends if you're talking canon or legends or whatever. But the one I know of is bleeding, and that's when a Sith, the kyber crystal they had as a Jedi, they meditate on it and they try to push all their hatred and negative emotions into the kyber crystal till it turns red. A broad saber could be. And they're on the note of the Sentinel, which I'll get to. There's multiple jobs within a Sentinel, within a Guardian, within a Consular. Like within a Consular, you have a healer and a diplomat and other things like that. There's about 5 or 6 in each. They have a more specific job. Yes, they do. But they put all their negative emotions into it until it turns red. Red is preferred because it represents that. That's why you usually see Sith with that. Fun fact I found is like way back, way back, thousands of years, they didn't really have time to do that. So they just used the lightsaber they had because there was constant fighting. So the Sith way back just kept using the blue or whatever lightsaber they had. Whereas we'll say like more present times, it's more like subversion and deception, less constant fighting. Hi Colin, thank you. But that's how you get a red one. To get a white one, you had to reverse that process. You had to meditate on a red crystal that has been bled, and both processes, bleeding and reversing that, is very dangerous. Yeah, we're nerding out about Star Wars. I've been listening to a lot of stuff. Both are pretty dangerous. But if you do, I'm calling it reverse bleeding. If you do it right, then you'll get the white color, but you have to do it through meditation and focusing all like compassion, kindness, love, and things like that into it to get white. So it's like basically a pure blank crystal at that point. Good night, white. So I chose white for like later on. I like to do that a lot. The allegory method in like lore I do. So yeah, it's a little bit of me in it too. Kind of like my Space Lion and my elf lore. I've been wanting to play the Old Republic again, where I had a lot of anger and a whole lot of issues like years ago, and nowadays I would say I'm a different person. I've been trying to change for the better, I guess, but not like, I've been very careful to not do it through masking, but through like legitimate feelings, how I feel. So that's, sometimes I have like really rough days, if you haven't noticed, on stream and stuff. Not recently, last week was great. You know, besides Saturday, but it's because I struggle with this stuff still. I still have anger and stuff that comes up. You guys have seen it. It's not something I want. I mean, those things don't go away completely, but it's not something I want on the surface, you know what I mean? And I don't want to hide it. My goal is to drown it out with good stuff. So only just a few years ago I decided to start like trying to change how I think and how I look at stuff. So that's kind of, I feel like that's a good basis in my head to, you know, as a reason to do that for my Jedi lore. So, I kept doing that too, Demon. Yeah. And you guys help a lot with that. Slowly over time, because these things don't go away overnight. It's not something you can just be like, it's okay, we're here. And then I'm like, okay, and everything's fine. Comes from decades of, you know, lack of a better word, trauma. I don't feel like it's trauma necessarily, because it wasn't like, people have had a lot worse than that, but I don't know. That's another thing I try to stop doing, is comparing myself to everyone. That's hard. It's always like, you know, they've had it worse. Just grow up, you know? Type of thing. But that doesn't help heal, so having you guys around, and close friends and stuff, constantly helping me push back the darkness, I guess. I found on Aussie's comment, I found when I compete with myself, that's when I'm better off. If I compare to like anyone else, then it's just like, why bother? Yeah, just in case I worked on something, I thought I would put that in, but how have you been, Kite? Doing okay. I'm trying to be Aussie. So let's talk. I said I would talk about it. I didn't really talk about it too much last time. The collab thing. Raids are off. Well, they were off. They're back on, but I don't know if anyone else that streams struggles with that stuff. Collabs and raids. I'm glad you're good. It might seem silly, but even raids kind of stress me out. They get to me. Raiding people, I don't know why. Getting raided, more so getting raided. And it this kinda includes comparison too. Getting raided historically for me hasn't been great. And it just makes me feel bad. So I had it off for a little bit. It's like, especially like bigger raids, it's kind of like a punch to the gut, and you get a rate of 115 and everyone just leaves. And I don't have to look at the number. It's not up anyway, but I don't have to look at it to tell nobody's interested, and that hurts. So That's why I had them off. That's the thing I struggle with a lot is the high effort, low outcome, I guess that's the way to put it. Not really sure how to word that. You put a lot of effort into something, you basically live it, and people take a look at you and they're like, eh, move on. I don't want to put it as reward because I don't turn on stream for follows. I turn on stream to reach people. I don't want, you know, a passerby that's like, oh, this is cool, and then they just, you know, they unfollow next week. But I want someone that I can actually reach that needs it. People that'll stay. Which, you know, 100, that was my biggest raid, by the way. 115 people, I still remember it. The raider was like, hey, got a raid and run, and like no one from the raid said anything. So so like if someone follows or subscribes, that is more like they're taking a minute to acknowledge me. So hopefully they stay. It's when, for me, it's when people stay. They return to stream and they go to Discord. They want to be involved somehow. Like that's the reward. Like, I've reached someone. I have helped. It's not the follow or the subscribe by itself. That's kind of like the start of it, you know what I mean? That's like the first step. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this to reach people the way my Oshis reached me. Which is like deeper than like, oh, haha, cool game. Funny meme. It was like, and some of you have heard this again and again, but I was in a dark place when I found VTubers, and I'm sure some people can relate. VTubers and streamers helping them. And other things, you know, there's other media too that have helped people, so yeah, and some days it's hard to do that, so, you know, and a punch in the gut doesn't help, so kind of like you're stumbling and then, you know, trying to stream that day, and then you get that, it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, that's a big thing for me. And a friend of mine keeps telling me you can't look at life like that. It'll drive you insane, but we have a limited time. So as cliche as it sounds, I think we should fill it with good vibes. Being together, not being alone, stuff like that. I'm glad I helped Jordan. That means everything. So, knowing I helped, makes me feel more like I'm actually I'm doing what I set out to do. Like, I'm actually the VTuber that I wanted to be for a long time. Especially like the first year, I felt like I was just a wannabe. So more recently it's been setting in, but yeah. And if I had a goal, it's not a number, it's more of like a presence, if that makes sense. I'm sure some of you may have been in like VTuber type of communities. When someone's like, oh, she just graduated, is there anyone like her that I could watch? Type of thing. You don't always do that right away. Like sometimes you're just like, I'm not gonna watch anyone because my Oshi graduated, and I've done that. But when you come back, if you come back, you want someone similar. Not to replace, but you know, you want the same vibe in your life. So if someone could be like, yeah, Labras, you know, I'll feel like I've made it if I see my name in a good light somewhere. I guess that's the goal. Anyway, back to putting myself a little bit into my Star Wars OC lore. Yeah, Mido and you have a special thing, which is really cool because from my point of view, the only person that supported anything I did was my dad. My sister and my cousin, like a distant cousin, are the only ones that occasionally talk to me. My sister and I rarely talk. The fires happened. She's the next state over. Never got a text. Never got a call. She didn't even ask. Are you okay? That's the city you live in. She doesn't acknowledge that I am say queer, I guess. I'm not just gay, but no. I call myself pan, or I used to just say bi, but when I looked into it with my friend, she knows more about it. I'm like pan or demi or something, but anyway, she doesn't acknowledge that. She just keeps, every time I do talk to her, she just keeps like, you know, she'll be like, you meet any guys? Stuff like that. I'm like, bro. Yeah, when I was talking, Radish knows a lot about it. I explained to her and she's like, yeah, that's demi. Because when I was younger, I thought I was asexual, which is you don't have a physical attraction. And I don't until, that's the asterisk, I don't until I am comfortable, I feel safe with a person. You know, they trigger certain oh yeah. Yeah, I think Rose knows quite a bit about it too. Yeah, honestly, when not even like a few years ago, I just said bi because I didn't know anything about it. I was just like, yeah, I like both, but only when I get to know them, which that was it. That was my only explanation. So bi is, as you know, men, women, but you have your attraction is, correct me if I'm wrong, Rose. Bi is you have a bodily attraction to both. Pan is anyone, personality first. Which is kind of what demi is, but demi, you need a deep connection with someone to feel the other things. When I see a guy with his shirt off, or I was playing Stellar Blade, stuff like that, does nothing for me. It's like, yep, that's the body. The boobs are jiggling. If I don't have a connection with them, I don't feel anything. I could look at, 3D models or, IRL models and stuff all day and not feel a thing. And that's what always made me feel really weird, because, growing up, kids are like, oh yeah, they're so hot. Don't you want to like fucking lick their armpit or something? I'm like, what? Well, I don't know. What if she's a bitch? Like, they're like, who cares? She's hot. Like, and ever since then, I'm like, I'm just gonna not say anything, because I even like associated with guys a lot. Because when I was really young, I thought I was just straight up gay. I was very confused when I was younger. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of like I would call those like sub classifications of bi. Bi, pan, demi. I honestly don't think too much about it. I don't feel like I need a label, but it is an easy way to explain yourself. So I guess I would say I'm in the habit of saying bi. I've tried to get myself to say pan more lately, but even that's wrong. So so that's something more recently I've heard. Bi is cis only, which is weird. But I guess that's what people want it to be. Where they're like, oh, a pan is for trans people now, which is weird. It's really weird for me to try to accept these things, because I see people as people, not guy or girl. All I really see is like, are you being a child or are you being an adult? That's all I really see. It's kind of hard to like lock onto these. That's also something I've been researching, a lot of like personality types and stuff. And I'm one of those that like, my whole life I've had trouble like just accepting a popular thing. It's like, if you guys know like the 16 personality thing, I'm like a INFJ dash something T something. I can't, like, the video I watched and I talked to my therapist about it. It was basically like, wow, that's me. Like, everyone's like, oh, this new thing, oh, that new thing, and I'm like, I don't get it. Why am I jumping on that? I still struggle with that today, and I think it's just a personality thing I have to accept. Basically, if I don't believe in something, then I can't really get into it. which also applies to working on stuff, learning stuff. If someone's like, "Oh, just learn it." That's why I struggled in school, because I couldn't find a reason to believe in the math I was doing or whatever, you know? So, like, my brain would just not do anything. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. It takes time to change your thinking. It takes time to change the what's now like instinctive habits and stuff. Literally decades. You don't just flip a switch, so yeah. Kind of. mm, What do you mean mastering something? Oh yeah, that's something I've thought about too. Like, it's kind of funny how we are. Some people never look inward on themselves, but it's almost on a cosmic scale. It's almost comical that such a smart creature is its own worst enemy. um, Talking about humans, that we can create and build and expand and evolve, and we could still end up sitting in a corner crying over something that's not even real. Getting nowhere, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know you like all this stuff. I will segue back to the Jedi stuff, because it's kind of it kind of explains, you know, the lore I've built for Labrys, for now, for my Jedi. I kind of, my lore, when I write lore, I can't help it. It's almost always an allegory. So, oh, thanks, Raven. It's almost always based in reality somehow. So that's the dark to the light with the lightsaber. My Jedi OC kind of teeters on that, and in my head, I'm like, my character is teetering on light and dark to find, after talking more to Luke and other masters, because I'm considering this like way later in the story, that it is more of a spectrum, and the light and the dark aren't necessarily good or bad, they just are, which is something you would have learned very late on. Yeah, I sippied. Yeah. I have a lot of pride in my lore too. All my work. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm leveraging, is the New Order, Luke's academy, where he wasn't he was okay with learning about the dark side and being comfortable handling it, showing his apprentices the dark side, taking them to dark side hotspots and stuff. Because as you've seen in the past, when you hide it and stuff, they take it as, you know, you're hiding and lying to them. So, hi Tux. How have you been? It's been a while. I could use coffee. I really, originally, when I wanted to do a Jedi OC, I was like, I want to do like pure white and stuff. But every time my first thought is something like just like a dedicated one thing. I'm always like, it's kind of boring. I need more. And then I end up doing the allegory system, so. I'm glad you're good. Thank you. I started using this model around the holidays. Been working really hard on it, so it means a lot. Thank you. You guys might not know Tux. Met Tux over 2 years ago, probably. It's really cool to see people come back that I haven't seen in a while. I do kind of see those people like on Twitter and stuff, and I'm like, I'm glad they're okay. But I feel creepy like talking to them directly, so I just gotta watch. Thank you very much. That means more than you know. I ran out of coffee, so that's why I was looking at ordering one. All I have is water to drink, so. Yeah. It's good to maximize your time, but not to the point where you're not sleeping, and I've done that. So, you know, trying to find that balance and stuff. Thank you. And it's okay, I understand. You know, people don't watch streams, or they watch very little. It's totally okay. Typically, if you've talked to me in my chat, like a 95% chance I'm gonna remember your name and what we talked about, vaguely at least. I started stream late today. I haven't been sleeping well, so I delayed stream. I slept some more because I could sleep, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take this chance to get a little more sleep. We talked about it earlier, but there were fires in my area, so I won't get back into that, but pretty nerve-wracking. I think on what Kairos said, my approach when I started kind of comes from watching my Oshi, where I think everyone matters, and it's mentally taxing, but it feels less like work when there's love in it. So so if you don't know, the sticky note on my head says Nemui in Japanese. It means sleepy. And I have this weird ability. I didn't always have. Bo might actually know. More about this. Like 15 years ago. This person I thought I was gonna spend my life with cheated on me, and it was crushing, and we split up. It was the first like real relationship I had, and crushing. Like, you don't go to work, you don't take care of yourself, stuff like that. And there was a point. Well, I'm getting to it. There was a point where it almost felt like I was like, and it wasn't based in anger, it was just that person hurt me and my brain just cut them out. And that is something since that point that I've been able to do. It kind of worries me that it'll get worse, but it only seems to be something that happens when someone attempts to hurt me, or especially, you know, like a friend or something. We had there's actually more than one example of that since I started VTubing, but it's something I couldn't do before that. Like, I cared about everyone I talked to, and everything hurt all the time, every little thing. And like when people did stuff and it would say, you know, I hear they said something about me, it would make me cry. And like now, ever since then, when someone's like, you come in and they're a dick, or we've had a couple in Discord and stuff, and it's like, as soon as that like registers in my brain, it's just like, you're gone. So in the same way, I take note of someone, you know, chatting and being nice and stuff. And that's in my mind. It's stored. If they go and be a dick, gone. I just wanted to talk about that because I thought it's a scary thing too. But we had an example of that. We had a chatter. And they eventually joined the Discord. They were really cool and stuff, and then just one day I wake up and he's having out with my friends in Discord. One of my friends is a mod. And I was like reading through general. I was just waking up and I was like, yeah. Were you here for it, Jordan? No, this was not a month ago. This was when Rain was Discord mod. My friend Rain, if you don't know Rain as a Discord mod, then you weren't here. Rain was my only mod. He had it out with my friend Rain and Perry. I timed him out. And I said, if you cannot be polite to my friends, then you can leave. And it like took me a second while I was still waking up. And then I had seen things. He had like DM'd people. He said something in my YouTube chat because we banned him from Twitch, and White deleted it right away. So I didn't get to see it. But like at that point, I had already registered him out. After like months of him being cool, just one day he's just like, I'm going out, and he started talking shit at me. At the time, Rain and Perry were my friends. So that pissed me off. But it went from someone I remembered everything we talked about to I don't care anymore. Like now he's just that guy who was a dick. So, yeah. So that's just one example of one time. This was the guy who went at Rain and Perry. Rain and Perry since then had left. They decided to leave. It's useful like in that scenario and scenarios where like legit I got hurt because they didn't care, they were trying to hurt me. But I don't want it to be like, you know, expanded, if that makes sense, to other things. So I'm really like very mentally conscious. Yeah, that was kind of everyone's attitude. Yeah. Them leaving didn't not hurt. Hurt a lot. That's a version that I can't flip that switch. Because we were really good friends, and then all of a sudden, it was just shortly after that happened. All of a sudden, like, they can't reply to me. They can't like, I was like, oh, let's do this thing. They're like, yeah, I'll let you know. Never did. Stuff like that. Like, that stuff hurts because they're not like directly you know, attacking or whatever. It's just kind of like a slow death for the friendship. They're just not responding and not keeping up things they said they wanted to do, like, oh, we're gonna play Helldivers. Yeah, we'll play Helldivers. Never did. We'll do another lore talk. Never did. I'm busy, sorry. Stuff like that. Yeah. And they were good friends to me, so I'm not gonna shit talk them. I don't really know what's going on their end. It's just unfortunate, I guess. Friends drift apart. I don't know. That's the kind of thing that hurts for a while and then you just get used to it. Tries to fuck around, but people that talk shit immediately clock. Like, wow, easy bud, we can mess around, but when you get personal, yeah. Kind of similar. Ooh. You just reminded me of someone else. Some people who've been around longer may remember. Chi and Tess. If you remember those names. Chi, I had dated her for 7 to 8 years, something like that. Tess I was friends with. We just kind of fell apart as a relationship. We stayed friends. Tess was already a friend, and a part of a different friend group, and I was like, she was hanging by herself. I was like, you can come hang with my group and stuff. I introduced her to Tess. They started dating. I had Tess is from another country. I had helped him. This is where it really hurt. I had helped him multiple times. And especially when he met Chi, because they started dating, and he had an issue with his computer. I helped him troubleshoot it. It came down to the GPU. I bought him a $500 GPU so he can keep hanging out with Chi. When he left the Discord, none of these events, and it was just because we were friends, none of these events registered for them all the times. And before I moved, like, this is like deep RL me lore. I used to be roommates with Chi. The last several months, she did not pay rent. She owed me $3,600 in rent. Didn't say a word. This is so you guys who have been in Discord and watched them storm out. And he even talked directly at Pika, who was helping me at the time. Financially, I had helped them. I was always kind. I always did things for them. I helped them when they got together, even though I was kind of sad I wasn't with her anymore. Like, and then he storms out, and all they ever had to say to me was, like, how bad I am. And if you were here at the time, you saw the paragraph Tess left when he left. And it's like, those are the things that hurt. Right? It's like, so the hate stems from me streaming and not having time with you, and we just throw away all the things I did for you. And I never wanted to look at it like resentfully. It's like, I did the things I did because I wanted them to be happy. I didn't look for a reward or notoriety or anything. This is the first time I'm actually like telling anyone about it since it happened. I used to have friends from before streaming in my Discord. Now I just have one. Yeah, that's the stuff that hurts, and I can't flip that switch. As an example, that's kind of where I was going with that. And I think that's kind of why friendships drifted, is because the friendships we had were based, you know, before streaming, and then I found this thing that I love and I want to keep doing it. It's my passion. I guess is the word to use. I haven't felt anything like it in my life. My decades of living. I usually pick up something, have an interest for a little bit, drop it, move on. Picked up guitar for a couple years, dropped it. That was probably the longest. Even like my love of video games was fading. It's like a lot of games felt tedious and stuff. On what Aussie said, I think an important takeaway is if that happens to you, I think it's important to not look at it like fuck that, I'm never being kind again. But you have to look at it, I think, like you directed it toward the wrong people. It's not my fault, it was just the wrong people. Yeah. I guess in that sense, I'm pretty lucky I had streaming. It has helped me power through a lot of stuff too. Having something to focus on. That's not work. Like the job. Because I've used my job to distract me before in the past, so. Like when my dad died, I worked extra hours. Because I found when I was idle, it was really bad. My mind. So. Yeah. Anyway, we drifted pretty far from the Jedi thing. But yeah. Hopefully that kind of paints a better picture of why I do what I do in my lore. Yeah. My parents are both gone, so literally all I have is my sister, and I've already explained that, so. And the cousin I spoke about only asks for money, so. That's that. It's another reason I didn't make family very present in my VTuber lore. So you go back and look at my lore, you can kind of probably put 2 and 2 together as I talk about stuff more. I always kind of wanted an older brother, so it's a little selfish of me, but yeah. Even though you're younger, I have the brain of like a 13-year-old, so it's okay. I never let myself fully grow up. I can be responsible when I have to, but it's purely when I have to. It's just how my brain works. Otherwise, I'm a big kid. I consider you guys like an adopted family. Because we're always around in Discord and stuff, and you get to say good morning and good night, and it's pretty nice. My inner child is almost always out. A big example is Monday when I stayed up to like 9:30 playing with fucking a lightsaber in VR chat. I'm still a kid. Legendary. Yeah, me and Lou fought with lightsabers. It was pretty fun. On what Jordan said, to kinda I don't know the word. But I would prefer people saw me more like older sister than it's really weird, and I feel so it's not weird, I feel weird when someone comes in, they're like, "Mommy, like, I don't want kids. Trust me, if you were my child, you would die. I can't keep a plant alive, man. Just saying. I would forget you exist. It's bad. I could barely take care of myself. So. But yeah, if I still have experience and stuff, that won't go away, but my outer energy is definitely younger. So older sister is fine, I think. One-chan. Yeah. No, I didn't say that. What? I said I would forget. I forget plants exist. If I had a plant, I would forget if my child existed if I had one. That's what I said. I didn't say I would forget myself. Well, first off, I wouldn't be a good parent. Second off, I don't have the desire to be a parent, so I don't think I should. And I financially can't do it, so it's fine for me. It's not like, oh shucks, it's more like it's fine. I don't desire that, so. Thank you, Meta. When I was active in my niece and nephew's lives, I would get them gifts, and my nephew, I built him a PC. So I'm that kind of aunt. I don't know if that's a kind of aunt that shows up in workout gear building you a PC. Yeah, I think raising a life is a big deal and it needs to be taken more seriously, honestly. That's another whole nother conversation I'm not going to get into on stream. Yeah. I mean, you can have an aunt that's, you know, pretty young. I'm pretty young. Forever 29. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still 29. That's when it stops. And then once you're 60, then you're an old lady. just suddenly old lady. At this point, it would be pretty cool to still be doing Beat Saber and Idol type of stuff like 10, 20 years from now. So I think even right now I'm one of the oldest that does those things. So let's stretch. Let me set the camera still. There we go. '20s is still young. You don't really have to worry about it. Till you're like late 30s. Once you're in your late 30s, you make sure you tell everyone you're 29. I still get clocked at 25, 26. When I first started working where I work, other people have heard this, but all my coworkers thought I was like 26. I was like, yes, I am. I'm far beyond 30. No. The older sister thing is fine. It's the mommy thing I'm not comfortable with. I am not calling anyone weird that says mommy. I'm just saying it makes me a little uncomfortable. It's okay if you want to go call someone mommy. I don't think there's any harm in it. Anyway, Jedi stuff. What's the question? Jedi. Alright, you don't have to say it twice. Jeez. You want to ask about Jedi stuff? Why is the nose so cute? So that actually goes back to the basis of an anime character. So the entire... Oh god. The entire purpose of the design of an anime character is to be cute. So, generally speaking, if you make the mouth and nose smaller, the eyes a little bigger, cute. Rounder face. It's a general principle to what humans consider cute. It's not all encompassing, but just generally. Let me see. Ah. I can wiggle my nose. That's like, that's one of those things I was like, we gotta get working, but you'll never notice it. I still have to work on my chibi. Yeah. Yeah, that would be perfect. There's something cool about my elf. If you want to see it. Talking about that. Let me see. Let me. I clicked on the wrong one. Thanks for lagging out. Fuck's sake. Ooh. There we go. Okay, let's get rid of... That was an old model. Don't mind that. It's okay. Hi. Real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Is it? It's one of those things like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just thought it was cool. I figured I would get trust. Yeah. Zadie's gets it.
Thank you.
This one's one I did recently. I was gonna work on something, but we got talking about lore and Jedi stuff, so I didn't actually work on anything except for kind of like just like brainstorming lore. Just so you can see. It's a very cool headset. I have the visor off for this one and I swapped it with my glasses. A little different. How are you doing, Derek? It's okay. Patch. Let me see her. We'll get back to the Jedi thing now. But I did kind of want to explain a little bit on, you know, hopefully that makes sense for you guys. How's the camping going? I hope you're liking it. Also, what's the next map? I'm trying to find... Kind of lean back. Yeah. Let's see, can I... Yeah. I wasn't doing any particular pose, just kind of... My kicks, my new kicks. Why is it blurring? Let me get the depth of field. There we go. Just casual. I showed Mito this because she was doing art. And the theme is my mecha suit, but I've taken some stuff off, thrown on a hoodie, grabbed a drink. Like after mission kind of thing. So, yeah. Half-Life 2 workshop. You got some great pictures. Four-day camping trip. Oh, you went completely with no internet. Interesting. You want to see that? Take you through a wormhole and show us. Maybe. That would be better to do on VR chat because I have all my outfits there. So. Half-Life 2 workshop theme is toxic waste. So like the radioactive area? Wait, was that toxic? In Half-Life 1? Or are you going for the stuff from 2 as inspiration? The camping I want to do is like, I forgot the word for it, but like established campsites. You know, where there's like a building nearby for help. It's nice and clean. Just throw out a tent or whatever. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Kai. That does sound very relaxing, honestly. Yeah, this one is called Mecha Casual. I just called it what it is. It's got parts of my mecha suit and stuff underneath. There'll be a point where I'm standing up, you can see it better. So I have my mecha tail and stuff too. Oh yeah, and you reminded me of pictures. Hi Nexu. Even though I paid for a plan X in Canada, I don't think weird. Cell phone plan, yeah. Maybe. On my birthday on next Tuesday. We'll play a game on stream and then we'll hang out VR chat off stream, so it's gonna be off stream. So yeah, we could do whatever. Radioactive area, like a poison area I'm trying to make. Oh map. Ah, that's a funny name. Yeah, like an established campground, yeah. Not necessarily state. When I was in PI, I went to one that was just a private one. They had an area for tents, an area for RVs, and an area for people to park and open the back of their vehicle. And then they had fancier like trailers, I guess, if you really wanted to get like you're just away from home. I think an RV is pushing it, honestly. It is cool to have, but it doesn't really feel like camping. My friend had an RV and I would go to her campsite and we had everything there, so it's like it's more like we're in the backyard. Interesting. I wonder if mine would work in Canada. It's supposed to work overseas. My pleasure, Jordan. You guys help me too. Goes both ways. Okay, Bo. Yes, glamping. I like to do tent, but you know, with all the cool little things. So I guess it's like the step you would take before RV. Thanks, Tux. Well, this stream will be normal time like now. About this time, roughly, I'll probably stream for like 6 hours. So like this time plus an hour or two, I'll move on to VR chat off stream, just with my community. So we'll just hang out. Something small. Last year I did a concert, and I don't want it to be anything big this year. So yeah, I think the best time to go camping, personally, just my opinion, when fall is starting, when it starts to cool off, the bugs are dying. Off season is amazing. You can do that till it gets like freezing, basically. It's nothing like getting up. It's cold, and you smell someone cooking breakfast, and it's like, ah, amazing. Hiking is another beast too. I don't think I would. I've done it once. I was like exhausted for the first day, so yeah, that's fine too. I feel like this summer you like this summer snow. This is not a bad thing. When you wake up and there's bacon and eggs on a griddle and it penetrates your tent, you're just like, I'm up now. But you don't want to take the sleep mag off because it's just a little chilly. Yeah. And then someone brings the food to you. Like heaven. 76-mile trail. Yeah. 76 is pretty big. I think the longest straight walk I did was 50. Wait, what was it? It was in kilometers. Let me figure it out. Yeah, 16 miles was the longest walk I did in one go. So 76 is a lot. My legs were killing me. Well, it was in the Army Gamer and I had a pack on, so it was not enjoyable. I went in straight out of high school. I didn't know what to do with my life. I was barely passing high school and I wasn't going to college, so. Yeah, carry the pack. I can go like 20 to 25 then. Yeah. But we can get back to the Jedi thing if you guys want. I just realized that I may have to do extra work on this outfit. Sleeves are coming off. Jedi stuff? I think an ad hit everyone. I didn't take screenshots of my fight with Lou, but I did take quick early shots of the outfit I'm working on. So yellow lightsabers are... It's something before the movies. Because by the time of The Phantom Menace, the yellow lightsabers were only used by the temple guards. They were kind of considered sentinels, but didn't do sentinel things. And those lightsabers were passed down. No one at that point was able to bond with a yellow. Oh, let me clarify. When they bonded, yellow was never the result. So yellow has been... It's very uncommon. It comes from a long time ago. When you bond, basically what happens, you bond with your Kyber crystal. You would go to a planet that had Kyber crystals, which were uncommon, but still not impossible to find around the time of Anakin. once the Empire took over, it was nigh impossible to find kyber crystals. Because they wanted to wipe everything everything about the Jedi. So, like the Jedi did to the Sith, long time before. But when you bond with your kyber crystal, the color manifests based on what you are. Kind of like a revealing of your personality, sort of, almost. So, you know, most common are blue and green. So it doesn't stop them from picking up another. Their original kyber crystal that they bonded with is the color that defines them. If they pick up other sabers, then it kind of doesn't apply, obviously. Move my mic, and tracking is going nutty. So like, as you should, Captain. Good job, soldier. For democracy. For whatever reason I haven't discovered yet, yellow died off. And from what I can gather from what I've watched so far, it's because of the shift the Jedi Council took. So if you remember, the Jedi Council took kids and raised them on their principles and stuff. And then eventually, when they were older, they would bond with a kyber crystal. So them being raised how they were had a lot to do with the crystals that came out. They were raising them for what they needed at the time, which ended up being more diplomacy later on, like Clone Wars and stuff. Yes, I know you are. Hi, Sagi. So, that has a lot to do with the disappearance of Yellow, and then them having to be passed down at the point of the Clone Wars and beyond. Because they just weren't raising Jedi to do what Sentinels do. Sentinels, their primary function is to go out, actively seek out Sith threats or sympathizers. Try to coerce them to come back to the light or kill them if they were a true Sith. And when Yoda was in control, yeah, kind of like Peacemakers, the Republic had more yellow lightsaber users. Yes, if they had Sentinels, they may have snuffed out Sidious long before he established himself. Sunday, and we'll see. It's a group karaoke, Emotes karaoke, so it's okay if I don't sing. You guys can sing to your heart's content. Well, it's like if you see someone falling to the dark side, you're like, you know, you try to guide them back to the light. That's kind of what they do. And like I said earlier, yes. So a good way to know. Actually, that's not. Never mind. Yes, it will be strict. But yeah. So as I said earlier, each discipline, Guardian, Consular, Sentinel, had sub-categories. Like 6. It's okay. I'm happy to chat with you. I'll stop and talk to you, and then I'll go back to my nerding out. So I looked more into Sentinel than others, but I do know from Star Wars: The Old Republic, the game. I think I mashed my words together there. Star Wars: The Old Republic, the MMO. You can make your character. Doesn't have to be Jedi. Doesn't have to be Sith, but it can be. You could shoot blasters if you want. It has a lot of classes, but it also lets you choose subclasses of the Guardian, the Sentinel, and the Consular. Consular, in the game, I was a healer. They primarily use green. Guardians use blue. You kind of, you bond with your Kyber Crystal and you're like, oh shit, I got blue. Yes, I'm a Guardian. Type of thing. But it wasn't rigid. Having a blue lightsaber didn't mean you had to be a Guardian. You could still be a Consular or whatever. But for the most part, that's what those colors stood for. Later on, added into the lore was purple, representing Lucas tied it in after Windu, Samuel L. Jackson, requested a purple. It's now canon as someone who has balance in the light and the dark. He's Windu. He's a prime example of someone who has perfect balance. He doesn't follow the dark. His goal is light focused, but he still uses dark techniques. He literally came up with Vapod, the lightsaber form he used against Sidious. He has another ability I don't think I've talked about called Shatterpoint. Comes very natural to him. Shatterpoint and Vapod made him the perfect one to take down Sidious. Vapod is a form that channels the one he's fighting against. It channels their anger and hatred and negative emotions. Perfect for fighting a Sith, especially Sidious. And Shatterpoint, he can identify weaknesses. Yeah, Shatterpoint is an ability he is very well versed in. Yes, I believe so. He also went up against Grievous, and yeah, Windu's a monster, and I like Windu a lot as a Jedi. He has balance. He knows when he has to act. But yeah, Shatterpoint and Vapod combined were why he beat Sidious. And was just a second from killing him, but I hate that scene after that point. But anyway, that's the purple lightsaber. Orange is more rare. And I don't think it's tied to a purpose, but it's very rare. I know that. I saw it in the video I watched. Yeah, then the Dark Times. But yeah, I find Windu very fascinating. I started watching his videos because I have a fascination with Dooku, because there's really not a lot on him in the movies. He's just kind of there, does a couple fights, says a couple things, but there's a lot more to him. He's really an amazing Jedi, and a very intimidating Sith. Yeah, it's class. He has dedication. Different shades beyond that. White, which I'll get to, which is the one I've chosen after yellow. I'm still cooking the lore on that, how I went from yellow to white, but we'll get to that. Plo Koon's, his was orange or yellow. I want to say yellow, because he was part of the newer order, so I want to say yellow. There's quite a few colors if we're considering Legends and canon, but canon, I don't see either as wrong, honestly, so you can just say they're all there. So let me get caught up here. There's a few examples of orange lightsaber users. Let's see if I have the thing here. Kestis from Fallen Order, Baylan Skull and Shinhati in Ahsoka, and Yaddle and Plo Koon in Legends continuity. In canon, Plo Koon used yellow. So yeah, a handful in recent history. Yeah, and the thing about games is you gotta take the games with like a grain of salt. Because they're not always, they don't always like, they kind of do their own thing sometimes. Yeah, there was a game where Plo Koon was one of the characters, and that's why I chose him, because he had orange. I'm to find out Plo Koon's a badass, but yeah, cause yeah, Star Wars lore is messy. I haven't watched Ahsoka, but I've seen Ahsoka in Mandalorian. They can come back. And it is generally accepted that Anakin did come back. In his dying breath. They show him as a Force ghost. So that is taken as he has come back to the light. And he never fully left it behind, which is why Luke could reach him. That's the theory. Power battles? I think so. My favorite was Jedi Academy, because you can make your Jedi. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm fascinated in Grandmaster Skywalker, Luke's newer Oh, did you? I was just a chick. Just a human chick. I didn't get too crazy. I did a Twi'lek. I like Twi'lek, but that was my first character. I made a human after that. Yep. Hits you right in the age. Ugh. Captain answering the questions I answered. He's like mid firefight. He's like, yes, actually. Oh, I just pictured you like playing. You're like in the middle of a critical moment with your teammates, and you just drop, and you're like, I'm sorry. I have a funny imagination. Chance to mention Revan. Yeah, Revan was also light and dark. Not to take away any other characters when I mentioned one. There's a lot of really cool characters. Yeah. I'm gonna take a break here soon. I don't know a lot about the black ones. There's the dark saber. Well, Darth Vader trained Starkiller. I played the first Force Unleashed, I didn't really know what was going on at the time. Vaguely, I know he's Darth Vader's apprentice. Basically, he was supposed to be a weapon to help him take down Sidious, but that's about all I know. So the black saber generally has a white outline from what I've seen. So you can see the black better. Let's talk about Galen Merrick. It's a force-sensitive human male who became an accomplished warrior during the Imperial era, trained in secret by Vader, and given the codename Starkiller. Merrick was one of Vader's deadliest assassins, but later turned to the light side just shortly before his death. Merrick was the son of two Jedi Knights, Kento and Mali Merrick. Born on the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk in the aftermath of the Clone Wars. Following his mother's death, Kashyyyk was invaded by the Galactic Empire as a target of Great Jedi Purge, where Kento was confronted and slain in a lightsaber duel by Vader, who discovered the fugitive Jedi's son in the process. Gauging the orphan's raw strength in the Force, he abducted Merrick and raised him to embrace the dark side of the Force. Hi, Rose. Look, man. I never said English was easy. How you doing, Rosie Ozzy? But yes, the colors. I'm still cooking like how I'm gonna do my OC lore, but there's a point where I lose or my sabers get destroyed, yellow ones. Oh yeah, work's over. And get home and relax. Good. Good. I can't believe you thought I didn't know your voice. But yeah, there's a point where I was gonna lose them or they get destroyed or something. It's fine, it's fine. I see. That's fine with me. I like hugs. But at some point they'll get lost or destroyed and I'll basically purify two sabers that I got off of a Sith. I'm not sure how that happens yet. But yeah. Originally I started with one yellow saber and picked up the forum. Learned and studied the forum pretty cool. Hug. Hug. Hmm. Yes. I used to hug everyone when I started doing the VR stuff. Um, a lot of stuff has happened since then. I like hugs. I think people should get hugs. I think it was taken the wrong way though. So I haven't done as much hugging lately. Lately as in like the last year or so. It's like I feel like I had a friend who used to lecture me. She would be like, you can't just hug everyone. You can't act so loving with everyone because they get the wrong idea. And then you both get hurt and stuff. And it's worse for me if I hurt someone. That hurts me more than me getting hurt in that situation, if that makes sense. So, to avoid hurting anyone, I don't hug that much. But if you want to hug, I'll hug. Sorry, bit of a real moment. Waking up in the hospital. Yeah, both Gamer and Rosie Ozzy would feel threatened by a hug. Yeah, you guys want to hug? I'll hug. Yeah. Yeah, and it was partially true what she was saying, like, it feels weird to say it, but, I won't mention names, but people have thought I was interested, have tried to, get closer, and then when they realize, it's not going their way, or I just, they make an attempt, like a very blatant attempt, just saying it or whatever, and I'm like, no, and then they just disappear. And we never see them again. So that will explain, some disappearances we've had, unfortunately. I didn't want to hurt them. Wasn't my goal. I wanted to be friends with them, and they decided it was better for them to just walk away completely. So yeah. If anything, it'll explain why I was like very standoffish when we started talking, though. It seemed like I was a bitch, then, I figure it's easier to just be, right off the bat at that point than someone act like they're my friend and then they wanted more and then they just disappear. So. Yeah, it's been mostly just how do I put it? Yeah, I've come to grips with that now, Derek. It's not really my fault necessarily. But I can help like avoid hurting people a little bit, I think. Yeah, like when it comes to interacting with people, like community, people who decide to stay around and chat, stuff like that. I've kind of found a balance, I guess. Where like early on, like I said earlier, when I started doing this, I was very, you know, affectionate, and I'm sure that could be taken wrong. I wasn't really going for professional, more of like a balance of if, you know, it kind of sounds silly because I think a lot of people figure this out early on, which is why I suspect I'm a little autistic because I don't understand social things very well sometimes, like social norms and stuff. Like why can't I hug? Why can't I say I love you and things like that. Making friends with a certain dragon has helped me figure things out. She's been a blessing on that part. It's one reason I could say like we can say I love you to each other because we love each other as friends. We care a lot for each other, and it's not taken as, you know, I want to get married type of thing. Like, yeah, that is pretty cool about a little bit of the public side of the arch that I've seen. Besides the griefers and the trolls, people are pretty chill and accepting. Guys, especially people just don't know how to handle positive. Yeah. Yeah, that little dragon. I've already tried marriage. Never again. That's so cute, Derek. That's adorable. Yeah. Earlier I talked about the first relationship I had that was like crushing when she cheated on me. We were married. 5 years. She ended up fucking me over financially. Took me like 10 years to get out of it. So, and I found out she had already been seeing this guy. She was bi. She had already been seeing the guy. For a year before I knew. So, and my friend was like, my one guy friend was like trying to tell me, he's like, something's up. And I didn't want to listen to him because I loved her. But I should have listened to him. I didn't know at the time, but she was just like, it's over. And I literally just lived in my bed for a while. I was lucky at that time I was with my parents. I wouldn't have been able to sustain myself. Yeah. And I've been accused by friends of being too kind, and I have a bad habit of trying to see the good in people, so. As something told me my friend was right, but I didn't want to believe it. I remember we were sitting there playing a game and he brought it up. I was like, yeah, I kind of have that feeling. But it really hit me the way I found out The way I found out was she's like, I'm at work. We were texting or something. She's like, I'm already at work. I was like, oh, it's a little early. Did you have anything to eat? And she said no. Because I had just come home from work. So I got food, went to drop it off to her, and she wasn't at work. And I texted her again and she didn't answer. That's when it hit me. Yeah. Yeah, and I kind of accepted that over the years. I'm just gonna get hurt. Goes back to what I said earlier too. So not gonna stop being kind because I got hurt. I also can't tell the people I should aim it at. So I'll just keep being me. I'll keep getting hurt. But I think the world needs love more than ever, so I just kind of grin and bear it. So, unfortunately, it may happen, but just grit your teeth and, you know, hopefully you reach someone and it helps. That's about all I can do. You're right. You're sold. I didn't sell anything. I just want to, when I explain stuff, I want to be understood. When I talk about those things, and that's a big, I think that gets misunderstood a lot, misinterpreted, that I'm looking for pity and I'm not. I'm looking to be understood, and that's really important to someone like me, if that's a thing. I want to be understood so there's no misunderstandings. So when I do something, you're like, well, that's why, because that's how she is. Not boo-hoo, poor me. Like, yeah, those things happened. I've accepted it. I've grown from it. It made me the person I am. That also, talking about it explains why I am and why I do what I do. Why I act the way I do. Sometimes I might disappear from stream and Discord. I have that bad habit. It happens a lot less now, but there's times where I disappear, and it's because things are just too heavy. Honestly, like seeing people like text and give a shit, like that pulls me back. It's a lot harder in the past, so just looking to be understood. And hopefully that stuff reaches people, and they feel like they're not alone. You know what I mean? So yeah. And that's the kind of community I was hoping I could build from the very beginning. It's been rocky, but the last like 6 months to a year, I would say my community's growing into what I always wanted. So we have good friends and people who are there for people. That's the main idea of that. You know, you guys watch me when you can, and hopefully meet someone you can hang out with, and have a place you can chill and get away from shit. Yeah, I don't feel like I have to explain what I want
I should have like my eyes burning.
If I didn't want to talk about it, I wouldn't. I'm pretty okay with talking about stuff. Some things, you know, we're off limits, but for the most part, I'm okay with showing what I'm feeling. And when it comes to like when I'm trying to entertain, you know, I'll put, it's something I've been practicing since I started, because again, like I said earlier, I don't want a mask. I want real feelings to be there. So when the focus is entertainment, I push good stuff to the front of my brain, if that makes sense. I focus on my community, nice things that have been done for me, things like that. That keeps me in a good mood, at least for stream. There are days I get off and I just cry because the stuff comes back, but most of the time I'm able to focus on those things, and I feel like that's more true than just masking, you know, putting on a smile and toughing it out. I'll let myself feel the things after. Right now I have something to do. Working with clay doesn't do what you want to if you keep at it. Yeah, there's been a couple of times where like oh, the community is starting to grow. We still have like some people don't really seem to fit. They're kind of, you know, I don't think they like being here type of thing. They leave. People leave in groups sometimes. As far as I'm concerned, I've had to rebuild at least once. I used to associate with another group of vtubers, and I set up the Discord, a Discord first. We all hung out. Community started forming, and then they're like, oh, that guy's making a Discord, and then they all slowly went over there, and I was left alone, figuring it out while they had help and stuff from each other. People just stopped coming by. So I consider that like a rebuilding point, where I felt like there was no one really around but like one friend. Yeah. So I think with that, that even affected my stream, but I think with that, if there's anyone that's streaming or being a VTuber that is looking at it like, you know, you can't come back from something, or you can't gain because you lost the thing that helped you gain in the first place. Because I've heard that before from like other VTubers, like, oh, my first group of friends, you know, they took half my viewers and half my followers with them, and we had a falling out and stuff, and I don't have the heart to continue and stuff. But I don't think it's impossible to get through that if you really want it. I think that's the key, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, gamer. Keep being whatever is it? What is it? Tsundere? just meant like the way you think and feel. You're on that kind of positive thinking, I think. Really being. Oh, okay, I understand now. Sometimes I don't understand. I just need a quick explanation. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate you taking the time for that. I understand now. I know what my Yoshi's did for me. So paying it forward. I think back at that point, Gamer barely said anything. Anyway. I'm gonna do a BRB. We're gonna come back and talk about Jedi shit. I'll show you some pictures of the outfit I'm working on. It's early pictures, it's not the final version. The point where I think you came in, all these people were like slowly dripping out into another community. I'll be honest, that group is associated with the people that went after Mito, went after me. Turns out they love drama and shit. So, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, you can post that in the VR chat channel. Yeah, you're here. I think that's around the time I found Thea as well. I was just quietly lurking in her streams when she had like 1 or 2 people. Those were interesting times. I remember finding her and be like, this girl's funny as fuck. Like, I need to... I think I had like... regularly, I think I had like 5 or 6 viewers. It's like, I need these people to see her. And see, you guys loved her. She's hilarious. Yeah. Rami's a good guy. He's also the reason I found Fia. Anyway, I'll do a BRB. The singer thing I knew pretty early on, as I got to be her friend. And I've heard her really belt it out. If the night she sung in front of me in VR chat was her 100%, then the karaoke you guys saw was like her 80%. That's the best I can gauge it. She's phenomenal. Doesn't give herself enough credit on the singing part. She's been streaming every day. It's just yeah, she's a very good and caring friend. I'm kind of being selfish, but I kind of want this subathon to be over so I can hang out with her again. Not, like, if I can just, like, let her have everything from it, but also get time with her. I don't want to take away from her. So, I've kind of been, like, backed up from my friends recently. Yeah, she hit that goal. She let me know we're doing that. So we're doing the calendar. I will still do things with my friends outside of official collabs. So like we'll do things like that. We might record a video together. You know, we might make something together. You know, like Nito does a logo for me, like she did the little lion, or stuff like that. Or we do like Radish and I plan on doing the skins for Forza together. Stuff like that will still happen. Just collabs where we're streaming the same thing at the same time. I'm not doing too many of those, as you guys know. I've backed off those. That's a whole nother conversation. Why they affect me. But yeah, I'll take a break now. I gotta let work now. I'm not coming in. So. And yeah. I will say before I BRB that the reason I've stopped most collabs is well, it was mostly collabs with them. I mostly collab with people I know, friends. The feelings that come from collabs, I don't want associated with friendships. And they're bad feelings. So, this is my effort to save the friendship from, stupid stuff. I don't think, something like that is worth a friendship, especially with those three. I cherish those three. They're the best friends I've had in a long time. So that's why. I will BRB now. I'll see you guys in a bit. Ah. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, I saw a picture Di sent me, and it's my ponytail hair. A picture of her. Alright, so we're gonna look at, let's see. Bobby.
Pizza, 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 pizza. Ah!
Just so minute. Okay, I'm gonna make sure these are all in order. Okay. Alright, guys. No, 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 no. Right. Aha, here we go. Oh-ho. Woohoo. Do this? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I did really fast pictures. They're not my best. I'm just waiting to see if people come back. Let's all go to the kitchen. I tried Uber Eats and I can't get anything. I'll wait till people get back before I start going on about it. Have some crackers and water. Mm-mm. I have a little bit of food in the house, I'll be fine. I just kind of wanted to get a coffee, but it looks like they're not delivering because I'm in an evac zone, so. I saw them. Sorry, I was chewing on a cracker. Yeah, I have soups and stuff, so fine. I just wanted a coffee. It's no big deal. I'm in a disaster area, Meta. You can't expect them to deliver. I'm in the city. It's the worst thing to happen here, ever. What's the question?
Touch grass.
Not today. There's smoke out there. Okay, if most of us are back, I will proceed. I did see people started streams, so I figure people stepped away. We'll just yap a little bit about Jedi stuff and my outfit that I'm working on. Not quite done. I would say it's like 80%. He usually just sends money. The best way for a streamer to get money is a donation directly, PayPal or Ko-fi. So, you know, like if you do bits or subs, some of it goes to Twitch or YouTube or whatever, and on top of that, they won't get it until the next payout for the month. So there are links on my YouTube and my Twitch pages, and my Discord has a link to all my stuff. You'll find Ko-fi, you'll find PayPal. The two differences between Ko-fi and PayPal is Ko-fi will show your username, PayPal will show your actual name on your PayPal when you donate. Yeah, those help more for boosting your channel, which is also good. But if you're just trying to buy someone something, it's not a good option. There's like a streamer thing where you can, like, people can order food and they like Uber Eats or someone shows up with it, but I haven't tried to do that. To what? Ko-fi and PayPal or YouTube and Twitch? The only difference between those is it showing your username or real name. Neither of them will take from it. Unlike Patreon, Ko-fi is free for me to have too, so. It's whichever your preference is. Alright, we'll get yapping. So, right here. These are just quick rough picks, so I decided to use the one of the chamber things similar to the one Darth Maul fought in. So yeah. This one's just a back picture. You can see like a little bit of the cloak. I might work on the cloak more. It's literally like the only cloak asset I can find that did what I wanted. These are just dramatic shots. I was RPing. My cloak has stars. What I do like about the cloak is it actually just drapes over my arm like that. It's really cool. It's really hard to do those physics right too, because they're very, very sensitive. That's the lightsaber ignited. It's the white blade I chose. You'll get a close-up of the lightsabers here soon. The hood does have ear holes. Which is pretty cool. This picture, I'm just taking my hood off. More lightsaber action. More dramatic pics. So the let me look this up again before I get it fucked up. So within the no, you tell Di she took my hair. Yeah, I was showing off the outfit. I stalled a little bit in case people were coming back. But we'll go back from the beginning. Oh yeah, that's Lou and Kai. Just dramatic shots of the outfit. Literally, the hair I've been using on Stratos and the hair in this picture. It is also the ponytail version of this hair, which I've been using for a while. So I'm gonna shave her hair. I'm just kidding, I'm not. Can't clear my throat, so we'll just deal with it. Yeah, just a dramatic shot. And while we're here, I'm gonna go on about the Jedi Seeker, which is under the discipline of the Sentinel. They are members of the Jedi Order who traveled throughout the galaxy. They founded the Exploration Corps, very on track with my VTuber lore. Specializations in the Seeker include this gets even more detailed. Very specific ones. Ataru Striker, I'm assuming that's just straight up dueling. Executioner, don't want to know. Hermit, you kind of just live on your own, separate from the order, while kind of doing light-sided things. Navigator, you're mostly on ships, type of stuff. Hunter, kind of self-explanatory, but that leans more into dark Jedi, which I assume Executioner does, and Pathfinder. So if I'm being specific, Pathfinder. If I'm keeping it pretty broad, my Jedi lore would be a Sentinel, and more specifically a Seeker, which I believe had something to do with looking for Force attuned. It's kind of almost like the flip side of the Sentinel hunts down Sith and Sith sympathizers, or people who they think are falling. They try to assist them back to light. A Seeker, it tries to help potential, not unlike a consular, but you're way more out there. Whereas a consular would kind of stay in the core systems. So that's what I think would match me pretty well. Oh, I don't know that stuff, Hypnos. I'm just now learning about stuff, so we'll move on because I have a lot of pictures. Yeah, it's a pretty cool picture. I look pretty Sith-like, so to explain that, I have to explain kind of what I did earlier. If you know a little bit about current Star Wars stuff, Luke wears black. Anakin wore black, but Luke wears black, and he's a Jedi Grandmaster. Eventually, he explores both sides of the Force. So my headcanon for my OC is in that, following that path of Luke and his academy. Balance on both sides. I kind of would, how do I put it? Kind of would mimic Luke in some ways, so. Oh, gotcha. Part of the history I find most fascination in Hypnos is the Old Republic. Anyway, we're moving on. There's more good dramatic pics here. Now, you'll see Kairos' pictures in Discord. I have since changed the boots. The boots in his pictures came with the asset bundle. I have removed them and put more practical boots on. So, yes, and for my... So this is my Jedi OC later on. She starts out as a typical Sentinel, one yellow lightsaber. She later loses her lightsaber and cleanses or reverse bleeds, whatever you want to call it, a Sith's 2 sabers after losing her saber. Did I say that? I think. Yeah, they were never meant to stay. I've been kind of picking at this outfit. There's still like reflection issues on some surfaces on it. I have to figure out some collision and stuff. It's almost there. Like I said, it's 80% ready, but I'm showing you guys early because I'm excited. Yeah, yeah, I love Windu. He's awesome. Mm. So a Sentinel typically has a yellow lightsaber, typically. Not set in stone, but their main job is to seek out dark-sided type of problems. They don't necessarily have to have two. That's more related to the form they choose. So you'll see in later pics. That's kind of the vibe to Kai, which is why I'm flipping back. I have the one, and now I have the two. The styles, yeah, lightsaber form. Like for instance, Makashi is best done like fencing style with one saber. That's form 2. You can incorporate 2 sabers into most styles, but some just do better with one. Especially the style where you're more force based. You don't really use your saber much, more like defensively. You want your hand free while you have your other hand on your saber. So it's not always a good thing to have 2. It's more dangerous. And then if we want to increase the danger, you can have a double-sided lightsaber. So like Maul. But he incorporated that into 2 different styles, like a hybrid. But yeah, I was kind of just revealing the second lightsaber I had, which if you notice is reversed. You'll get better pictures later, but I typically dress in black like Luke did. It's more of a psychological impact than it is technically as a Jedi you wear natural colors, but that's the old order. And yeah, correct, Hypnos. And Luke uses Crush too, so yeah, so moving on. There's both ignited. So the inspiration for her later style, dual wielding, saber color, everything is kind of based loosely on Ahsoka. Very similar. I use the left saber defensively. Almost like a shield. Here's a really cool photo you guys might like. I wanted photos kind of like Ahsoka has, so I did a couple of these. Same, Snow, same. This was living a dream once I got these. Ahsoka's pretty awesome. I love her lightsabers, but I could get the 3D assets for the hilts, but I would have no idea how to make them work with this. So yeah. So like I said later on, she kind of mimics Ahsoka. When I say she, I mean my Jedi OC. You're kind of seeing it through me. So I'm kind of like projecting the image of my Jedi onto me. If that makes sense. There's another one. And there's one that gamer would appreciate. Literally me with a lightsaber. Just a kid at a candy store. Fact is serious. Just another stance. Yeah, same. So, knee up. Arms crossed. I have years of training. This is just a really cool one, inspired by previous Jedi-styled pictures. I thought it was really cool. Here we have more. These shots are meant to capture detail of the outfit. So now you can see the hilt up close. Oh yeah. It's a really cool outfit pack I've been wanting to use, and I threw it on this and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna roll with it. You have my armory logo I made. It's got a cool jacket underneath. Really good outfit. It's like a blackish chrome. And there's two different this side is different than these parts. But I pulled them from a Sith, so that's just showing the ear holes in the head. It's better lighting in this world, so you can get more detail out of the picture. It's just kind of demonstrating the sleeve again. I have this thing on the leg that's got a magnet, so it just sticks. And if you didn't notice, there's another shot right there. I figured you guys would like this shot, so you know, I'll post that eventually. Then this shows where I keep my other saber. So primarily I use one as a starter, and then this one is a backup. We have my Trailbreakers logo and description and stuff. Here you can see the armory things I put on. Oh, you see the detail of the mask. That's just a top shot. Here's the boots I chose. Get to see these. Which one? This one or oh, that one? That's just me happy because I have sabers. Here's the back of the boots. And just a really dramatic shot. Phone wallpaper stuff. That's all the pictures. I'll post these on Ko-fi for a bit and then then I'll drop it in the Discord. But yeah, that way you guys can have them full 4K resolution on whatever device you want. So, and another reason it doesn't look traditional Jedi or Sith is because I'm incorporating my text style to it. So that's why. Lu and Kai. Warby Miku. You're welcome. Wizard Lu and Kai. I'm calling him Kai Gun. This is from something I don't know. You guys probably know. Lu showed us the world. Berserk. I already forgot. It's Berserk. Wizard shit. Also, we have, if you guys like wizard shit, here you go. Good luck sleeping tonight. And then we have pictures of me and Mito. That's Mito's human model and my human model. And Viri. Yeah, she shrunk herself down. I'm like, come on. Really? Get back up here. She posted a bunch of pics too in Discord from her POV. I didn't realize she likes feet. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Allow me to pull the pictures. Let's see. Link. Open link. Link. Let me look at these. That one. Alright, these were taken by her, okay. Okay. Just give me a sec. Wait. This is her doing. Okay? I'm innocent. She looks so happy. It's got a weird POV a shy to it. I can't explain. Next picture. I was playfully kicking her. I didn't realize she was taking pictures. There she is, happy again. To be honest, I don't understand it. But if you guys enjoy it, go for it. More power to you. Exactly. Sadius said it right. And here we are just observing Earth. Small. Yes. Pure. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hope you guys had fun about the Jedi stuff. Really proud of the outfit. I threw a bunch of stuff together at random over and over until something stuck, and I really kind of like the look I have, so. E. A. U. A little bit. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. We talked about a lot of Jedi stuff and real stuff. Welcome, Yo-Yo. I am actually debating working on something. Really, the thing that sucks about bringing the Jedi outfit into Bardo is I don't have the scripting skill to make the lightsabers work in Bardo. That's the thing. It's literally just gonna be a prop. So it kind of like, do I really need to? I don't know. I have a lot of stuff I could work on. Why don't you go a couple more hours? No objections? Okay. Get comfortable. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go with that one. Okay. I had an interesting night last night. I I worked on something with Meta and then I opened up my project and it was broken. So I spent several hours trying to get my project to work again. But I fixed it. I did something very stupid. I was in a hurry. I later realized my mistake. So it's okay now. It's okay. The picture. Ah, that's my Oshi. It's a members. Oshi is like your main, your favorite that you support the most. It comes from idol stuff. Let's see here. Hoping it doesn't act up again. What do you want? Oh wait. Okay, here she is in here. I have to check reflections. I had an issue in one world where this red light was reflecting off the rest of the outfit, but not the boots. So I'm just gonna make sure they're the same. We're gonna grab lighting. And do all the lighting. Fuck. Hi, Umbra. You scared the shit out of me. Welcome, welcome. How is your stream, members? Age of Wonders 4. I go good. How go you?
Alert.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet ya. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I'm Labris. I'm a space alien. I do all kinds of stuff. Play games, 3D model chat. Oh, I'm a baby. Inexperienced, I'm a baby 3D modeler, but what else do I do? Oh yeah, I sing, I dance, I draw. Yeah, I do community stuff. Welcome. Chill strategy game, nice. I'm currently working on a new outfit. I think I should show you, Umbra. I did a whole like 4 hours of talking about Jedi stuff and other things, but mostly Jedi stuff. Because the outfit I'm working on right now is what I'm going to show you. I don't know if you're into Star Wars, but I am. No. Although, I could see why you would say that. I chose black because Luke, later on, chooses black. Sorry, I'm just doing this before I forget. Okay. Yes. I will show you some pictures. That's a good one to start with. Taking the hood off. Got my hood off. Boom. These are pictures I took yesterday. I actually have 2 lightsabers. The Ahsoka look. Me when I get a lightsaber. Here's some detailed looks. These are like outfit detail pics, so. Dun, dun, dun. Lightsaber sits on the back, sits on the leg. Yep, there's the boots I'm working on. Cool shot. Cool shot. Yeah. Make sure you take care of yourself, Umbra, if you had a long stream. Oh yeah. That was interesting. It's my fucking passport. Here we go. Lightsabers. These are older pics. We were playing around. This was before I swapped the shoes on the original bundle. And me stabbing Lou. Oh, that's Lou. In chat, he's known as Violet. lunatic. That guy, yeah. He can. That avatar has like rock throwing force ability things. That's what the rocks are from. This is before I changed the lighting power and the shoes. Yeah, we were talking about Jedi stuff and why I chose what I did for this outfit. My Jedi headcanon OC. Okay, that's done. Actually, I wanted to try something fast. See if we can do this. Spirit? Okay. Position. Okay. I think I'll have to make a mask for it though, and I don't think I have a... No. Let's see. Ooh. That's really bad. Wonder what that'll give us. Probably gonna fuck it up. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's see. Have any like general textures I can throw on to experiment? Darth Lunatic. We could try this one. Offset. It's not gonna work the way I want. What about this one? That's too much. Needs to be more dark and less light. Okay, Kai. Thank you for coming and listening. I really appreciate it. This one might be able to work. Nope. So if you get something drawn at the bottom, might be able to Okay, so let's see if we can do a cheap. A quick. I can't. can't English today. I appreciate you. Have a good sleep, Kai. Oh, I don't want that. Okay. I think it's supposed to be black.
I should probably be like, my eyes burning.
Good point.
Patchy, 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 patchy.
Let's do so. Actually. Oh. I honestly, it'll sound silly, but I forget to blink. Sometimes I get really hyper focused. My eyes hurt. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Alert.
So I don't have to blink. Hi. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, I think I need a noise mask. Moise? No. Noise. Doesn't hit the the line thing. That's weird. Okay, Jordan. Okay. I'll go for another hour and a half or so. We'll see. Not doing what I thought it would do. If I change the mask. Five. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Still doesn't capture that. Not sure where that sits. Let me check the normal. Okay. Okay, it's a curvature. Has to be further up, maybe? This way? Oh, the purple thing? That is a normal mask, or a normal texture. So this is in your video games. On a surface, like a shirt or a hat. I'll show you a real-time example. You see how there's threading and bumpiness? That's not actually there on the 3D mesh, but that's what the normal map does. So it tricks the lighting to produce that. And let's see, most of it, you see, even like the leather has normal map, so it makes it bumpy looking, gives it more quality. The bumpy looking A, for example. Anything that looks bumpy can typically be counted as a normal mask, because if you look really close, you see all the details of the cape. Looks like threading. So if you go back, you look at the cape, it's the threading it has. If you take the normal out, well, I have a matte cap in there. Now it's just plain black plastic. You put the materials back together, and you get different looks. What's in my head? I even added on this one. I added this matte cap. Matte cap gives a object material look. So you can make it look rubbery, shiny, leathery, fabric. If I take the normal out, you can see there's still like a threaded look, and that's the matte cap. I gave it more of a like a fabric look on top of the bumpiness. Because the cape itself isn't the greatest quality, so I upped the quality in that fashion, basically. So if you get close to it, you can see a lot more quality out of that. Like there's bumpiness on the sleeve. Even like the wrinkles in clothing and stuff isn't always the 3D mesh being bumpy, it's just normal. Like on this one especially has a really nice normal map. They did a really good job. You can see the detail on the belts. This here, that's a normal map on the undersuit. If you didn't have those normal maps, now it's just smooth. That's a 3D mesh right there. If you add it, bam. Just normal map. Sorry, I messed up when I first said it because I'm in the middle of making a mask. So a mask is like this. And I came up with a better explanation the other day. A mask, if you think of painting and masking something so you don't paint it, same principle. So the white is where the thing goes, the black is where the thing doesn't go. Whether it's a color, an effect, whatever. So if you think about it like painting and masking, like molding or something, that's what that is. So I've applied that, and as you see, the black tells it to have nothing there, which is how you get the transparency. So you get this really cool particle looking effect. Let's see here. I'm doing it like this and not smoothly, so it looks kind of fucked up on purpose. Export single. Yes. Okay. Looks like we're getting all the way around now. Light off. There we go. What the hell? That's weird. I'm honestly at this point I'm experimenting to see if I can give the cloak more coolness quality because it's pretty plain. Oh. Pretty cool. And I'm using a noise texture. This tells that how to look. Yeah, dissolve is really cool. I have it on another outfit in motion somewhere. Let's see. H. Here we go. So I have it on my knight, my dark knight armor. This is the dissolve with like a torn look, like a torn burning look. I changed it from a fiery look to pink because I wanted pink. Pretty cool. I'm trying something a little different. I'm not sure if it's even gonna look good, honestly, so just play with it. So when you're looking, here's a cool thing, maybe, if you're interested in how games kind of function. You know when you start up your game and it's like loading shaders? So on this mesh that I have selected, on a mesh, it's just the mesh, the wireframe. Has nothing else to it. Usually go into a game engine, like I'm using Unity, for example. You can add, on the other side, in Blender or whatever you're using, you would map out your UV onto the mesh. What the UV does is it tells the texture where to go. So that's how things like line up on outfits and stuff. Like the details and stuff, like you have a zipper and this line here and stuff, that's all mapped out. And you don't just throw texture onto the mesh. You can do your materials in Blender or whatever, but I only know the Unity way. But whenever you give it its UV, you need a material. The material is where your shader goes. Kind of the same thing. This is a shader that I'm working on here, this thing that collapses. And what a shader contains, I'll show the basic panels, don't count dissolve. So here we go. This is the shader I use most. There's all different kinds for different effects, different looks. There's realistic shaders, there's This one is Lil Tune. It's focused on anime looks of various styles. I do more of like a, you noticed, like a very defined sharp shading line. You can do whatever you want. But you'll typically, I'll click on a better example. You'll have your texture. That's the texture. Each thing is positioned according to the UV you would make on the mesh. So that's the back part of the jacket. These are whatever, wherever they go. They're all assigned by the artist. Where it's supposed to go. And the texture artist draws in here whatever it is that they need. Typically a 3D model is done by at least 2 people. You have like the texture, this side of it, like the texture work and stuff that I like to do. And then the other side is the actual forming of the model, giving it a skeleton, weight painting, creating the UVs, working with the texture artists to get the UVs right, things like that. You have shadows. If you take shadows away, you don't have shadows. So turn my light on here. There you go. Shadows. And the settings here determine what kind of shadows. You have soft, realistic ones, more defined. You can have them really, really sharp. Those are not supposed to be 0.1. I've made a mistake. We'll copy that. Okay. Wait, 5. Okay. I have made a mistake and not done all my shadows. Okay. That gives you a very defined point on like where the shadow sits. You can see right here. So if you affect the blur, you change how that is. All these little guys do stuff. Hi, Lou. It's hard to see on black. You have to have really strong shadows to see on black. Copy. Let's do this one too, since I made a mistake. Oh. Oh no. Okay, hold on. 0.02. Copy. Paste. There we go. On top of shadows, you have a rim shade, which it's kind of like ambient occlusion, if you know what that is in games. It creates shadows around the edges of things. So I try to match my shading across everything. So when I do this, even though they're like, a lot of these are pre-made assets, I do my shading and material work. It didn't originally look like that. And I wasn't, all the stuff I used wasn't originally shaded or materialized like that. So there's a defined shadow on my hair. You can see a little bit better. What's going on with this? Okay. I'm nervous now. I missed. So you have to hit every mesh, every material. So all this stuff here. These are my lightsabers. You could drop these down and work on them. Typically, I'll go through every single piece. So the shading style matches everything. Because if you miss something, then it looks pretty obvious. You can even see the defined shading on my hands. Which, if we look at let's see if we can get an example here. You know, it's a good example. Hold on. This is the shading I started mimicking. So if you've ever played Wuwa, That's an art. Damn it. Is she? I need the 3D stuff. 3D stuff, please. That's not a good example. There we go. Not how well you can see that, but you can see a defined shading. Fucking stuff hiding me. A very sharp line here. If you see on his neck, his nose, under the hair. Very defined. Like they were around the arm on the right. No, I want some better examples though. One thing these styled games do is they control the lighting situation so the models look as best as possible all the time. It's really hard to get to do that everywhere I use my model, but I can get pretty close. But you can see the fine shading on her face. It's roughly the same. There's a very slight blur to the edge, but it's very defined. Whereas like soft shadows, it kind of like blends into a shadow, if that makes sense. I'm sorry, my voice is still in bad shape from the smoke. Have any other samples in 3D, please? That's a good-ish shot. You can see how she's shaded. Very defined in the hair here. In the face. So I try to mimic that. That, however, is true cell shading. And that is done painstakingly. I am not willing to spend that kind of time on it. Every piece on your model has to have a shading map for cell shading, of proper cell shading. That's a good example right there. It's not great, but it's okay. But you can see it on the hair and the face. They use a lot of bloom too in a lot of gacha games, so. Yes. So you can control how the shading looks. So no matter where I go, for example, in VR chat, as long as there's dynamic lighting, my shading will behave properly. When there's static or single source or skybox and it's just like right above, and there's no like dynamic lighting, that's when it looks bad. And when I say they control the lighting situation in these, so for like this cutscene, for example, they have the lights on each character for the cutscene so they get the best look. That's why they look so good all the time. It's because they've already set the scene for them. In real time, it's much harder. That's a good shot of cell shading too. It's much harder to get that to happen all the time. There's another good, that's actually a good example right there. You can see the defined shadows. So yeah, in real life, it depends on the light source. For cell shading mimics art, like drawn art. So let's go back to the cell shading search. Here's an example. When you draw like anime, you have this very sharp look to the shade here. Very defined. I don't know, Rose. I don't know about that. There's cell shading too. It's just basically like a single source light, very like a spotlight almost. It's all up to the style you want. Thing is, I found like a realistic shading. Does not look good on an anime model. Looks borderline creepy. But a lot of the stuff you get, assets and stuff, will have like a soft, very faint. Because of the nature of you don't know how the lighting's gonna be. So it's just a safe bet to go soft, faint shading. Whereas if you had cell shading or imitation cell shading like mine, you could see right away when the lighting is bad in whatever you're using, program, game, whatever. I'll give you an example here to my model. Okay. You can see it on my model as well. Sit straight up. There we go. And I give it just a touch of effect for the normal map, so you can see the quality of the normal map a little better. And it goes for all of it. So you have to set that for each material you do. You don't just set a single source. And if we grab the lighting here, nice thing about this is I can control the lighting here. I forgot to toggle that phone off. Let me do that now. There we go. Yeah, I like that defined shading look. I've played with the soft shading and I just ended up liking the very sharp cell shade style. But again, cell shading requires a light map, is what it's called. So in your shader, not only would you need the texture, among others, the normal map, the matte caps and stuff, you would have to create a light map for your shadows. You would only know the difference between real cell shading and imitation cell shading by watching it in motion side by side. Or if you just look at it a lot like me. Or like a game dev or something, for instance. You know it on site. Cell shading, real cell shading is very clean. There's no like artifacting in the shadows. But it takes a lot of time because each material has to be mapped. So taking that into consideration, I don't have all that time, so I ended up excuse me, I ended up doing my method, which is like, as I say, imitation cell shading. So it simulates it pretty well. Only in certain scenarios you can really tell that it's not, if you have the eye to catch it. Otherwise, haha, I fooled you. That's kind of my hope in like showing it off. Like, when I was getting ready to start streaming and I was working on my first model, and I was in like 3D forums and stuff like that. One thing I noticed was people thought it was easy. They were like, I'm gonna make my own model for VTubing. I just need help to get started. They get started. They check in every month or so. About 6 months to a year, they would be like, I'm done, I'm just gonna buy a model. Because it's really that hard. There's actually not a lot of 3D modelers out there just, you know, without work. It's really very hard. If you do it all by yourself, you're doing the work of like 2 or 3 people. More power to you. Because typically, you have someone that's very good at the modeling, the weight painting. Those things you do in Blender and stuff are an art form. Each thing is an art form in itself. Weight painting, its own thing. I've had a dev tell me that himself. When you come into the game engine, whole nother art form. You have to make your textures, do the shading. You know, you have to understand how the engine works. You're a fool and don't want to learn the truth. I'm sorry. But it's not to discourage anyone. Like, yes, it's hard, but it's not impossible. It's just not for someone that's like, look, that looks like fun, huh? Because they're probably gonna quit. I just kind of slowly grew into it. I went in with like, I'm just gonna learn how to do this one thing. That's it. And maybe Royd, I'm gonna learn how to get into VR chat. That would be cool. I'll be happy. Then I started to work on shading on my model. That's it. I've learned how to shade. I'm good on a different shader, not this one. I was like, yeah, I'm good. Well, I could put this 3D asset on top of my head. I'll figure out how to do that. And it just snowballs, and I'm at the point now where I'll even show you these shoes I did in Blender because the originals had chains around them and they were too chunky. So I'll show you, this is my file in Blender. And I have shaped them how I want. So they're less chunky. I can show you the original. You have them here. There you go. Oh wait, that's not the right. See this one side by side. I'll show you the original here. 1.4. That's right. That's the right size. So here you can see the difference from the original to mine. I also learned a cool trick last week in Blender. I could show you. If you want to select like a certain part of the mesh, I learned this. Like, it was actually, before I learned this trick, it was a pain in the ass to remove stuff. You go here. Like, okay, I select like right here on the mesh. Here's all your vertices on the wireframe. So if you control, and I just get the strap. And that's how I did the chain. Because the only way I knew how to do this before was doing this, or like shift clicking every single vertice. Even having to go underneath here and grabbing those. So huge is pretty huge for me. Most of the time when I see an asset, I'm like, this is what I would change about it. And the way I got into doing that is, the way I got into doing that was actually modding Skyrim and Fallout. I kind of started tinkering with the 3D meshes for mods. Like, I like these boots, but I don't like that thing on the boot. So I learned how to delete them. Yeah, it's pretty big. And Blender is like a hardware store. It has all the tools that you don't know how to use, and you don't know when to use them. But it can do a lot. So it's very intimidating. I didn't even want to touch Blender in the beginning. I was afraid of Unity at first, and I started learning it. Started getting used to it. Broke projects over and over again. I learned how to not do that anymore. And then I started tinkering. It's like, well, I can delete this part of the mesh. That's all I'm gonna do. And that turns into, like, what's a good example? Let me find an outfit of mine that I had to sculpt it to fit me. Actually, a really good example is my Monster Hunter outfit. If I can find it. Space Hunter. Oh. So, my Monster Hunter outfit is comprised of an outfit made for me, but not a slim version of my model. So, I had to sculpt the underlayer, which is the shorts, the stockings, this bodysuit here, underneath. But I had to do the whole underlayer first. And then each of these metal plate things, they were huge. They were meant for a huge male model. And I had to shrink them down, sculpt them, and attach them in Blender so I can bring it in Unity to work on. So even the armor is in its original shape. I spent a lot of time on this outfit, and this is one I'm really proud of. So it required a lot of work. The boots are even for a different model. I had to sculpt them to my model. Now I'm a bow main. I got a long sword for style points. The armor is actually really high quality shit. If you look here, it's on its own. I had to put each individual armor piece on my model and sculpt it. I was so nervous because I didn't know how to do it, and I did it. It was kind of just like, I'll learn it as I go, type of thing. You guys might like this card I made. Oh, come on. Space Lion, status B, with my texture and all that on there. Yeah, that's a pretty good example of a lot of Blender work. I think I've done what I wanted to do to this. Huh? Yeah. If you guys don't get to see, up close, I can show you. A little easier to show you here than it is Wardo. You can't really tell, but one eye is half fake. If you really like small little details. You have my makeup actually twinkles, little sparkles. Same with the markings on my body, they have little stars in them. There's lore behind why my eye is like that. Mainly did that because I wanted to reference Cowboy Bebop. But the lipstick sparkles too. I did the majority of my makeup by hand. Face marks. What I didn't do by hand, I'll show you, is that eyeliner. That's someone else's work, but it's really cool, so I wanted it. This is a really cool normal onion suit. I like that. Scratchy. Yay, anyway. Let's see here. Am I gonna keep this? Yeah, it's a lot of work, a lot of hours. I honestly have fun with it. I can, when I'm stressed out, I could do this and it calms me down. I could just sit and do this for hours and hours. I enjoy it. Every once in a while, I learn something new. I'm gonna leave it like that, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Always learning something new. Oh yeah. For me, I love character creation. And this is the ultimate form. It's literally the game engine where they set up your character creation. You get full control of everything. So that's the thing. That's like the little asterisk on this is people have asked me to do stuff for them and I struggle. It's really hard to do someone else's. I could fix little issues that are just blatantly obvious to make it look better, but to have the level of inspiration and care and love and stuff, I can't just do that for someone else's model. So I've kind of steered away from commissions and more stuck more towards I can help you learn how to do it, because I tried helping someone else some time ago. I was just like, I was just looking at it like, ugh. Then it felt like work. But when it's my model, all the outfits and stuff, I can just go and go. Because it's you know, it's lore connected. There's deep meaning to everything, so it's fascinating to myself. Yeah, I mostly do consulting. So I'll do like a free consult if you're interested in getting started in, you know, like a VR chat avatar. And a free consult for 3D VTubing. It's basically just information, what you need, where to get it, and that's why it's free. That's not that much to it, but it can get you started. I helped a friend get started. She's a very do it herself type of person, which is kind of what you have to be. Because even in VTubing 3D is very DIY. We're not as spoiled as 2D. 2D kind of blew up and it's so popular that like all the programs made for it make it everything so easy, one click to change stuff. 3D is still kind of scattered, so to speak, when it comes to software and functionality and stuff like that. So equally as hard to do a model in either one. I would wager that. I've never worked on a 2D, but I know there's rigging and drawing and a lot of other stuff. There's still while there is graphic design and stuff on 3D modeling, there's also drawing and stuff. Like I hand drew makeup, I hand drew the highlights in my hair. If I can find them. It's like, here's the highlight mask for the hair, and I hand drew that. That's why you see the tinge of pink in the blonde. So good amount of work. But happy to help people get started. If they want me to like sit down and help juice stuff for the model, then I would have to charge because it'll take hours to do stuff. And the reason I charge is because I've done it for free in the past for several people. They come in, act like your friend, they get their model done, and they disappear. So I stopped doing it for free. I'm just cleaning up my sidebar here. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. All right, Jordan, get some rest. Yeah, I just saw myself as a beginner, not really worth the money. You know what I mean? At this point, I feel like I know enough to charge, but when I started, no. Anyway, let's see. But I have so much work to do in my project. I'm gonna keep this here because I might tweak it more before I bring it to Wardo, so we're just gonna leave that here for now. I do have other work I could be doing. Like cleaning up my project. Let's see. Probably don't want this one anymore. Still kind of on the fence. I'll have to do this before I start working. Okay. I do want to get this outfit updated, so we're doing this. There you go. It's the one I wore at my concert. Yay. Huh? It's bad. Oh, okay, it's already off. Get rid of this. Go. I like fairy tale. It's pretty good. And I friend. Yeah, it's the one I wore at the concert. I'm not gonna keep the hair though. I'm gonna change the hair. That up. Set up. Okay. Now we do the the 3D modeler's secret weapon. Fun shapes. So let's see. Interesting. Guess they just expect you to. Whoop. Whoop. There you go. Bam. Some people don't make the greatest assets. You have to some on my feet? Huh? Hypnose. Oh, yeah. And so each mesh, if they did the extra work, that's another thing on top of all the other stuff I talked about. When you make a 3D model, you also still have to make your blend shapes. That's what all these are. So the bottom section is you can shrink parts of your body so they don't clip on clothing. The top is kind of like character creation stuff. So you can, if it's a female model, bigger boobs, smaller boobs, flat chests, bigger butt, bigger thighs, small waists, all that stuff should be built into a high quality model. But yes, there are nipple options. Because it's a VR chat model. So we all know what happens in VR chat. I don't use it like that, but so I honestly like the secondary layer. I love that little shirt, little tube top. Because you're Curse You Spider-Man, you haven't heard of the foot nipple? The book. VR chat has a reputation for lewd things. Can't say you didn't know that, Lou. Alright, let's find a hairstyle that works with this. Its reputation. Erotic roleplay. Okay, let's see. I'll be the same. He goes into Publix. He's dirty. Let me find a hairstyle. Can't believe. Can't believe. What's this one? All right, I got rid of the hair for that one. I mean a public VR chat instance. So in VR chat, worlds are made by users, and the servers spin up an instance when people join it. And you're like, oh, I want to join this world, it'll spin up an instance. Default, it's going to be public, which means anyone in VR chat can join you. Going into a public, you can get anything. You can get reefers, you can get crashers, trolls. There's nice people, but it's going to be loud. If you're very social, it's good for you, but I'm not. I don't go into publics. I run if I accidentally join one. I usually, however you can, make a invite only, invite plus, friends plus, and a group, and group plus. So you can just be with who you want to be. You can be with just your friends. You can be with a group that you made with the members that you let in. Those are the ones that I use. I don't want to go into Publix. Hell no. This. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, it's that one. Yep. That sums it up. That sums it up pretty accurately. But the side of it I like to show off is the wholesome side-ish. Wholesome-ish. I'm just gonna have to go through this. I don't remember what I ish. It's a fucking hair. It's called Freya. Yeah, I wonder how Freya would look on that. Let's see. Oh yeah. No doubt. I feel it's fair to warn introverts. Like me, I run from people I don't know. No.
Pachi, 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 pachi.
You can definitely enjoy VR chat with just your friends. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a lot for me. I remember when I first played the game, I didn't know how to make instances. I just joined a world. And a guy came up to me like really fucking close and was like, "Hey," and I alt F4'd the game, alt F4'd the game. I was like, what was that? He got like really close, and he was taller than the model I was using, so I'm like, I don't think he meant to be creepy, but it scared the fuck out of me that other people existed. Oh, Umbra, yeah. Get some celeb. I can't promise I can do ask since right now my throat's messed up from the smoke. Yeah, well, I didn't know that 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. I didn't know how to use VR chat, so. Okay. And we'll see. Do you know? I try to mix up my hairstyles, but it's like I always go for the long ones. Good night, Umbers. I wasn't smoking. There's fires here. Titty puff and mana. I don't even know what Kunlun is. I live on the west coast of the US. Everything's on fire right now. Kinda like that. It's similar to the twin I have. Let's try mana. I can actually just get them. Mecha Sage. I like that. Oh, I got you. You're silly. I thought you went to bed already, Jordan. I think I like this hair on this. Yeah. 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 Okay. So here you can see the difference in shading from February. I haven't touched this outfit since February. You guys see how it's very gradual, faded. Yeah. Also, let me just bring myself down here. So here you can go back and forth and you can see my original shading around February, what I'm using now. Let's see, all that other stuff can stay the same. I just changed the shading. That already has it. It came from like a suit. So let's try this one. Oh, gotcha. I think we'll go with a deep eyeliner. Yeah. And make sure I hit all the materials. And shade them. It's really funny to go back on the stuff I did and be like, man, I didn't know shit. Yeah, that's all wrong. Yeah, me too. I love this hair. You're probably gonna see it more. Fun fact, when I started, my original design, my model, my hair was over this eye. Always. It's because of the fake eye. Lore-wise, Lavras didn't want to scare anyone with that eye. She was a little ashamed of it, so she kept it covered with her hair. And then over time, as people on Earth accepted her, she started changing her hairstyle. Okay. Do that. Okay. You can see that that hair is banging. You know who else is banging? Go on, Rose, say the line. There it is. My mom. I love this top. It's so cute. Oh, interesting. The border's wrong. Arg. Mm. Oh, shit. I don't have the backlight. Oh, yeah. Now I'm remembering why I've been putting this off. No, you. Okay. It'd be easier if we just go top to bottom. Okay. Let's make sure all these have figure out for sure. Backlight paste. What the hell? Was I drunk? Okay, let's just go through them. It's easier. Back. Enable lighting. Huh? What did I fucking... Is that the metal that I was seeing? Okay, yeah. Oh. Paste. Backlight's a cool little thing that I've been mimicking off of HoloLive models. I noticed it during their concerts. So if you see the light coming across the top of the sleeve and the arm, I turn the light off. On. So if we take off the backlight, it's kind of like cool. Yeah, it's shaded and lit. Wait, kind of like add backlight, and it's like, oh yeah, there really is a light there. So what, to explain blacklight, it's when you're in back of something or behind something. You can see the light kind of bleeding around the edge of it. And you can adjust it, like, adjust it. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. You can adjust, like, how far it goes, how blurry it is. I find this to be pretty good in most cases, so I kind of stick with it. Because the name sounds like it's a light, but it's just means it shows the light from the back of an object. Whoopsie. So I get them all? Am I going crazy? Some things are pretty hard to explain. Oh, that's... I don't need that on the metal. Bag. Kaban. And it's done. Boots. Uh-oh. Oh, they're done already. Okay. That's right. Okay. I might change those boots, maybe? Let's see. Candy. I actually have a lollipop that I can pull out of my mouth. Go in here. See what it looks like. Actually, you can just... There you go. Okay. Okay. I could pull out anytime I want. Uh-oh. What did I miss? Oh, okay. Paste. 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 I barely know her. Yeah, I did. Hunter. Welcome to the pants party. It's the party. My pants. I'm always tired. Just been sleeping a lot less lately. So, oh well. Backlight. It's dope. Paste. Mwah. Why? Okay. It's better. Might probably change. It's just quoting something. You know who else is at 100 hours? Everyone else in VC. Nobody said that. Why are you talking about my mom? Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Young lad. Okay. All right. Oh. Mhm. I kind of like that. Listen here, Buster Brown. Missed you're from another sister. Let's see, let's see. Let's check out. Yeesh. No, I wonder. Oh, it's not the right one. Oh. That's a lot of materials. Okay. I wonder if I can make it audio link. Does that work? One. Good one. Threshold. I wonder if that's gonna work. Mr. Brown. Audio link is a neat little feature I haven't played much with. What that does is if you're in like a VR chat world that's playing music, the lights will go to the music. I've never tried it, so we're gonna try it. I've only edited it before. I haven't done it. Oh, okay, here it is. Apply to emission. So let's make the emission stop. I made that texture myself. Okay. I can test with certain tools in Unity. I like to test in real environments myself. There's a few tools I could do that. I find the best way to test is actually in game. I can't do that, not with my mouth. But we can go in VR chat and desktop mode and test it out. Hopefully it works. What's this anyway? It is 40. Huh? Try that. It's a little better. Yeah, because I've had my first few projects, I've done that. And probably like 7 times out of 10, you're going to run into something that happens in VR chat and not in Unity. So it's VR chat is just VR chat. It's just weird. This is... Okay. I'm gonna change this. Let's see. No, it'll be fine. Because here, we can leave that off. We'll go to our physics scripts here. That's what all this shit is on the right. Here. There's a physics script for each part of the hair. What we do is grab sides. You can even see where they are, which I will likely have to adjust. But I pulled it from another working outfit, so in theory it should be fine. Grab those, and I already have colliders that I made for my model. And these colliders, you attach them to parts of your model. That green thing there, that's my head collider. Throw in the neck, just booba, booba, knee and shoulder, left and right, arm, right, lower arm. There, now you can see what it's going to collide with. So if I move my arms just like this, you can see how it's colliding with my arms. I do the same thing when I set up for this. This setup, this project is for VR chat. I have another project that I do for VTubing. It's a different type of script, but same principle. I can even touch it. Okay, let's see. Copy. Is that the side? Okay. You guessed right. It's not a slanted bang like this, but it's the same hairstyle as this. I straighten my hair though. But I have straight bangs. Oh. Paste. Then we have to add 2. Need upper leg. Upper leg. There you go. Right now my hair is actually like that because more so because I need to have my face not covered for face tracking. So pretty close. There we go. That's all set up. It's on top. Yes. Yes. Okay. Seems good. Or not. I think that's everything I want to do except for the sweater. We're gonna make the sweater a little bit lighter. Open Gimpo. El Gimpo. That's Spanish for gimp. Papa. Yeah, 3.0 is way better. I've been using it for a few years. Okay. I use a mix of GIMP and Clip Paint Studio. What's it called? Clip Studio Paint. No. Oh, you know what would be really cool? Wow, we didn't need the whole screen. Ah, Judas Priest on his sweater, yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's see, what logo do I want? Like the silver one. Ooh. Kind of like that orange one. It's really cool looking. I hope that's transparent. Son of a bitch. Easy fix. My third tool. As a backup for graphic design. Dun 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 dun. Ta-da! Okay, let's make sure it worked. Gray. Yep. Bam. Canva to the rescue. Very handy for graphic design. Don't touch the AI stuff. Let's see. Transparent background. Just leave it at one. Like every editor is adding AI stuff. It's crazy. Well, to be more specific, generative AI stuff. So you type in a prompt, you get something based on what the AI knows of the internet. I don't think that's a good idea. Actually, let's move this. Yeah. Like, I draw the line at, like, upscaling with AI. It's painstaking to get the same results by hand. Let's see, alpha, transparency. Because I used to do, like that background remover, I used to do that by hand and zoom in on every little pixel. It's like 45 minutes. It's the way I see like a background remover or an upscaler. The piece is already there, it's just adjusting it. But generating something out of nothing kind of eliminates the artist. So, yeah. Let's see. Boop. Eh? Let's see. Ah, no! Oh. Oh yeah, brother. It's a weird line to walk nowadays. That's how I draw it. So if it's making something for you that wasn't there before, no. Also, like, I don't think it's a good idea to use tools like, take a picture of this, like my model, and then run it through AI and it makes an anime style fake drawing thing. That's also falls under that, I believe. So, not cool. I would 100% rather have an artist draw me. Let's turn these off so we can see what the frick we're doing. I might get rid of some of these. Do I need the bag? I don't really need the bag. Bag toggle. I don't think I want the bag. So which one of you is missing? Alright. This is way too much jewelry. That one. That looks alright. Okay. Is this or is that the mask? That's the mask. Okay. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Amazing. love it. Yeah. We can test physics real quick, just to make sure I got the colliders. It's not a real indication of how it's going to exactly work when you're moving around in VR. Okay. I think I had the colliders different. Let's double check. Small. Let's see. I had a hat. Okay. So we need this render. Need oh. Check toggle on. Cap goes off, my hoge pops out. Yeah, I think what I did on the other outfit was I increased Sibuba collider. These are also very thin, so let's up this radius. That's very thin. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, so that's a tricky part about 3D modeling, and you'll see I'll give you a real-time example actually. So we'll put on my hoodie. So you're like, well, just make colliders for the hoodie, right? You can't toggle off colliders. So if you made the colliders for the hoodie and I did this, the hair would be floating off my body. So you kind of have to pick what's more important to you. There's always going to be clipping. You just have to try to eliminate what you can. There's clipping in like brand new video games, so it's gonna happen. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, just to the model. So what's happening here is I throw my base model in, I throw on the hair and the outfit and stuff, and then when I build it and send it off to VR chat, it'll all become one nice, neat model. Everything's attached. With the toggles working, physics and colliders working. Everything should move just fine. Once I get it looking kind of natural, I'll have to do the back too, it seems. Okay. So let's go back up here. Let's make sure it's good here. It's floating off the body too much and it looks bad. And we can't have that. That's the tricky part. What's happening there? Side. There we go. The mess around, yeah. The back has to be worked on. What I like personally is to make sure the hair moves kind of like hair. So that curve control, let me show you. We go back to it. Whoopsie daisy. You can make a graph for literally any of these values. And in this case, it's the collision on your hair. You see the white lines? It's like a canister. That's the radius for the collision. So you can just adjust radius, but if you get in a situation like I'm in right now, this happens a lot, by the way. So I knew, I know what to do right away. Everything's good down here, but up at the head, when I look up, the collision is hitting the head collider. So it's like, I need the colliders up here to be thinner than down here. And you do that with this graph. This means this is the top, this is the bottom. So if you bring this down, it makes the top thin and the bottom wide. I hope that explains. And you can get real crazy with it. You can create different shapes of colliders with this graph if you do like different, like you can add points like this, drag specific spots down, all kinds of stuff. It can. If I just get rid of the graph, it'll just be a constant radius, which is 0.025 right now. So yeah, you can get pretty crazy with these colliders. I don't have this luxury for VTubing. I have to use a different script, which is more of a pain in the ass because it doesn't have all these fine controls. Hi, Koa. Not in this case, because up here, it would push out from the head collider. And you would think, why not just reduce the head collider size? Well, I'm relying on that for my bangs to hit it. So you have to consider which things you can adjust and can't adjust. And a lot of this you're seeing I'm doing quickly is just by experience. I'm good, Koa. How are ya? My voice is a little rough from the smoke. I apologize. But right now I'm in the play mode, I call it. Where you make everything active like it's in a game scene. And then you can control kind of see what's happening. Definitely need more collision though. So 7. And this needs to be way the fuck down. You have to be careful. So you turn on your view here. So what we can do is this just reducing way too much. See, like it's reducing down here, but we just want it up here. So what we can do is create another point. Bring it back. And just the top becomes very small. Now we don't have the hair being pushed out by nothing. And I really like my hair to act like hair. And if you've probably seen 3D models before where their hair just kind of goes with their head and doesn't fall on them like this. That bothers the hell out of me. So I make my hair like this. It's where it's, it falls onto you. Just getting home? Hell yeah. What are you gonna have to eat? Did you eat already? That's really nice. Fuck yeah. I turn the sweater on. That's not the sweater. That's the whole fucking outfit, you dumbass. The sweater, there it is. Wow. The amount of times I've done that. We can check. It's gonna clip with the sweater a little bit. So let's see how much playroom we have. We can go just a little bit more, I think. Let's go. Let's add that. You have to make sure. Yep, still good. Okay. Sweater. I barely ignore. That's the pain of of colliders. Because if I go too far, and I do take the sweater off a lot when I use this outfit, because it's hard to really use the guitar with the big bulky sweater. So, the main thing is it's good here. It's already pushed out a little bit, and I don't like that, but I think that's about as best as we can do. See, we'll copy this work from here and go back to normal mode. Now it's gonna bug out. I gotta do every single one of these. Yeah, okay. We'll go paste the values that we made. But we have to fix this field. Even it happens. Okay. What are you gonna have for dinner? I have to eat dinner. It's pretty late. Okay, we just have to do the back. Have here.
Pizza, 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 pizza,
Pizza.
pizza.
Oh, I love pizza. So I think for the back we'll do the same principle, but outside of that mode, make it easier on ourselves. We'll go 5. I've already done that. Oh yeah. 2. 2. Actually, let's bring it down. 6. So we have a lot here. Oh, you know what I could do? This is one of the few hairs that reaches my butt. You have to grab this one again. Right it. Boot. Okay. And is it .02? Got the booty collider. That should help the hairs stay out of the outfit. Oh, we can also make the colliders into cylinders and planes? A flat plane. Yes. But we'll try it like this. Flat butte. We could use some more bulk. Maximize the cake. That's why it's not. I'm stupid. I didn't add them into the fucking script. There we go. Why is it not working? What? There. Okay. Do more squats. That helps quite a bit. So let's see. Yeah, that stays over top of the skirt. Blink if you gotta. Perfect.
I should really like my eyes burning.
So these, all I did with these was blink in solidarity. Okay. That should be fun. Oh, it's not good because I wanted to change the... It's the only one. Change it to... Oh. Gotta see what the fuck is going on. Okay. So what's nice is you can put different restrictions on the physics. So there's 3 different things you can do. Besides none, no restrictions. It'll just go wherever. Angle is like a cone. You can open the cone up, restrict the cone, and whatever it is will operate within that cone. It'll flip around inside that cone. It won't flex all the way back. Hinge is literally just like on a 2D plane, back and forth. Polar is 2-directional, so like the hinge and up and down. We'll see how this one works. So now you'll see the hair is hitting that hinge. It can only flex. The problem I had with this hair before was the bangs were going into my face and like flapping way out. Because I had it on angle. You could do angle too, but we can adjust this actually. I can see the angles better this way. Okay. Yeah. So take the pitch out just a little bit. Let's do -5. And we'll test it again. Yeah. The punk outfit is making a comeback. Let's do a motion. Beautiful. Okay. That's still too much. Okay. So we'll just send. Let's try 35. Nope. Let's just do it as in here. 5. Wow. 10. Wow. There must be a lot of bones close together. It's getting multiplied. Okay. It was 10 and 6. Hey. What'd I say? I don't know what I said. Oh, yeah. All the skeleton is all referred to bones. So, even anything with physics needs bones to be able to apply physics to them, or even just animate them. Let me find an example for you. Okay, Derek. Thanks for coming, hanging out. Hope you had a good day. Well, the skeleton might not be what you think. You may have seen it before and things, but I can find one of my blood files. Okay. So we'll just do. There we go. This is one of my projects in Blender. So if I turn that on, all those triangle cone looking things are bones. If you don't have a bone in it, it's not going to move. It's the basic idea. And down to the feet. The model I had before actually had bones for each toe. Some can be very complex. Most just have the bones for the hands. So you can do this. There's the booba bones. Yeah. And this model doesn't have the toes, but it has everything else. Even the butt. Just the butt bones. So yes, I have butt jiggle. Okay. Hooray for butt and boob jiggle. Yeah, because there's bones in it. But if you don't have bones in it, it's not gonna go anywhere. So that's the biggest thing in 3D modeling. I think if you don't know a lot about 3D modeling, you might think, oh, I'm just gonna sculpt the body. I could do that. But that mesh isn't gonna move unless you do the bones. Putting the bones there does nothing. It's not attached to your model yet. You have to weight paint the bones to your model, and very well, because if you don't, you get some weird ass results. If you remember me saying weight paint is a art form in itself. It's also known as weight pain, because it's one thing nobody wants to do. Some people are really good at it though. It's the thing. I'll show you an example. Go back into this so you can see everything in motion. So I'll grab here. You go to bend your shoulder. Or, yeah, that's my shoulder. My elbow. You'll see how it goes around the elbow and not just bends and the elbow sticks out, because they've done the weight painting to match the model. If they've done a bad job, you have parts of your body coming out of it because the mesh will move too far. So if you've ever seen that in a video game, and you may have, where like they move their arm or something and the body clips out, it's a mixture of weight painting and mesh size. So the clothing moving with my arm is an indication that the clothing was weight painted properly. And it's super tricky to do gloves. But yeah, a brief little overview. Let's see. Copy. Paste. Yeah. There's a lot of layers to go through before you get a working model, especially at like something like vtubers use. Say you get it successfully weight painted, everything's working great in testing, cool. Blend shapes now. You have to make blend shapes, and that means you have to drag parts of the mesh around and record and animate that into a blend shape or keyframe. Here's blend shapes. Faces are the most complex. These are all the blend shapes in just my face. You would have to build every one of these by hand. And I'll show you an example. Let's say mouth for the vowel A. You have to make that happen in your 3D program.
Sippy!
And once you have, there's O, like I'm doing right now. These all get animated together based on the face tracking and what it reads. The ones it uses specifically are down here at the bottom for face tracking that I'm using. The entire bottom section, starting from here all the way down. So those are the ones that are all, if you were to watch this in action right now as I'm talking to you, you'd be watching them sliding up and down constantly. It has to animate that all together and figure out how to make your face look when you're talking, making faces, everything. Pretty cool stuff. A lot goes into it. And if you've made it through blend shapes, and your base model is white painted to the bones and everything's good, good job. You have a working base model. You now need to get textures for it. And you can't just slap a texture or a picture onto something. It has to be mapped through the UV. So now you have to map the UVs on the mesh you made. Because if you have something, let me see if I can find an example. Where you're like a complex UV. So here's an example. Ooh. These pink things are actually a separate UV. If we look at the stocking, they're on the same UV, but they're sectioned off. Yeah, this texture here. And what you can do is section them off with a mask. So you want just those things to be affected by whatever it is. That's way number one. Way number two is actually having a separate, let's see if I can find it. So right here, when you see three materials, you know the UV has been broken down into separate parts. So if you take that one away, it disappears. Take that away, material's gone. So this whole top that we just saw disappear, the materials disappear, is actually one mesh, several UVs. See if I can what do I have that has different UVs? Does this have my... Okay. I think it was this one's a good example. Okay, so honk shoo mimi. So let's see if we can go to the UV editing. So here's an example right here. This is your UV. You have to map this, and then you have to draw a texture onto that. And it's in regards to like whatever we're clicking on, which happens to be this skirt. So you can technically make a whole UV and to have it go to different parts. Turn this off. So like boots. Does the boots have like the eyelets for the laces and stuff? So you have to map the specific typically honestly the only way I know is in, you know, like something like Clip Studio or GIMP. But there's probably a way to do it in the program through like a plugin or something. That I don't know. But I do know you'll have to accurately lay out your texture to match the UV. So they'll usually grab a UV and put it into their PSD, the Photoshop type of project, and use it as a guideline. So they'll overlay this onto what they're working on. Yeah. And that's where the texture artist comes in. And you still have to make normal maps. I don't know how to do that at all. Matte caps, other things. Don't save. There's a lot to it. My experience comes from the outside in. So I'm kind of like learning my way as I try to cover everything I can. I'm self-taught for the most part, so I try to understand like everything that I'm doing and then move on to the next thing. Let's see. I was sure I understand the shader before I move on to like making a normal texture, which I'll have to do eventually, I'm sure, but pretty far. I still think I'm like intermediate at best. There's just so much. It's all good. I'm about done anyway, so you guys won't miss too much. I'm gonna delete the old version, put the new one in, upload this, get it ready for Bardo here, the program I'm using, and then that's it. But I could do the Bardo thing another time, so this is just a save and upload, so yes. It's one of the first songs I sang that I was confident in, funny enough. It was the first song I sang at my anniversary concert. Looks like you did everything right. Awesome. Damn you, Hortensia! Damn you! You and me both. That's the end of the stream. I gotta change my sweatpants. Yeah, she did. How was your stream? I feel like we haven't talked in forever. Miss you, Fia. I hope your subathon's going really well, and I think you're gonna hit all your goals. I told you we get that calendar. Fairy Raid. Deltarune. That's one thing I don't know. I know it's like big, but I don't know anything about it. What would your synopsis be? Also, excuse my voice, everyone. The smoke from the fires nearby it fucks up my very delicate throat. Doesn't take much. But if you don't know me, I am Labras. I'm a space lion. I do a lot of different kinds of things, if that's even English. Yeah, right now a little bit of 3D modeling. I sing, I dance, I draw, I game. I learn Japanese. I yap. We chill. I do community stuff. Welcome in. I'm pretty comfy and laid back. Yeah. Hell yeah. I want to hang out when you're done. I refuse to bother you right now. No, Fia is friend. I know it's story focused, okay. Some kind of bullet hell. I've seen some of the boss fights. I would fail instantly. Even the battles you're not really supposed to fight unless you want some different things. Yeah, okay. That explains some of the streams I've caught. Okay. Today I started off with yapping about Star Wars. Stuff I went down a rabbit hole. I looked at one thing and then I found another. I've just been listening to Star Wars stuff all the time. So I recently made a Star Wars themed outfit. We are pretty much done with this project right now. I revitalized my punk outfit. I got Judas Priest on a sweater. Oh yeah. I bet you're cooked. Your voice is cooked. Mine is from the smoke. Let's see here. If you guys are interested, before I end, I'll show the pictures again. I took them. It's kind of a work in progress outfit. It's almost not quite. But I took some really fun pics. And look at them. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Lightsaber. Boom. I bet you're tired, Fia. Make sure you get some honey and stuff. Yeah, I know you're busy. I kind of figured that kind of stuff, so... I'm patient, I can wait. I'll always be here. We can be cooked together then. I took inspiration from Ahsoka for the style of lightsaber. Yeah. Mm. Me when I get a lightsaber. It's because I did that picture because there was a GIF. Gamer was like, haha, Labrys when she gets a lightsaber, and then I found a GIF where there was a girl holding her Force Effects lightsaber going. So that's why I took that picture. No. She's just... I'm just very excited. That's literally me. I stayed up till like 9 AM the other day just playing with these. Trying to get the lighting right to hit my face like that. Little touch-ups and positioning and stuff. There's the actual model there. A really nice quality. Yes. I've been slowly adding my new tail in. Gradually. Today we did some work to get caught up on that. After all the Jedi nerding out. I talked a lot about like my headcanon for OC Jedi. Turn the thing on. Yeah. It's all like gesture controlled, so that's where the other one goes. That one goes on the leg thing. That one goes there. Got my Trailbreakers logo. Just showing off my Armory logo that I made. I made this logo recently. It's actually on the back of the lightsabers, but you can't see it in these pics. These are the shoes I swapped out for. What is this button? Dead. And that's just a stylish pic. Okay. Yeah, because a lot of these have the old tail and the old ear shape, so. But I did break them up into casual and theme. So I'm making progress. I cleared out a lot of old stuff. I still have more to do. Probably. Like, remember, don't look directly in with your hand on the button. It's like, okay, whatever. Like I would do that, and then you do it, like joking around with your buddies. Hi, welcome. Thank you. As for the one in Unity here, I touched this up from it was one I used a while ago, but touched it up, threw Judas Priest on there. The clipping doesn't happen, don't worry. If we go into here, okay, all daijoubu. Yeah. Yeah. And if we take that off, yeah. Very good outfit. I'll do the word stuff some other time. I haven't gone in a while, so I called off work. Not going in when we're in evacs and stuff still, so but yeah, that's shit for stream. Let's see. Close my auto church. Get rid of. That was a mask I made for like a dissolve effect. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Oh, blinding flashbang. Oh. Let's get out of here. Just give me a sec. F to manage. It's a cursed program. Okay. Okay. Let me grab a schedule. And grab that bar schedule. Can't really do my voices because smoke damage. Ah. We'll just slide that up. Tomorrow is High on Life 2. First one was a blast, so yeah, should be fun. Probably go into work tomorrow. Everything is looking like it's improving slowly here, so most likely I should be fine. Should check the app. They still have us under red. Could go away tomorrow, I think. But yeah. Bye-bye. Then far west, hopefully people can join me. It's way more fun with friends. Well, tonight's my community night. Oh. That's it, just yelled at me for battery low. There we go. Dude, the game is so stupid and fun. The clip, Meta and I were working on a video, and the clip for Old Wet Grundy. I was watching it with him as we're editing, and he kept stopping. He's like, I can't tell if that's you. If that's you or the VOD or the clip or whatever, because I was still laughing at it. It's so stupid. I'm peeing my pants right now. He's like, you're as we're talking. just leave a guy covered in shit piss. Is that what he's doing? The shit and the piss is mixing together. Who narrates that? Oh my god. Dude, oh, me too. Oh man. That's so fucking funny. Did someone shout you? Let me see. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, someone's gonna be in the office if they didn't. Also, Sunday, Motsu Karaoke, that means you guys get to sing. You all get a chance. I'll sing if my voice is in better shape. Each day's a little better as the smoke clears, but even through like AC and stuff, it's just like, yeah, unfortunate. I hope you're safe out there, Fia. I had a very close call Saturday, over the weekend, really. But everything's fine now. I didn't want to like message everyone, be like, I'm running from danger, and everyone be like stressing out. And so, I wanted it to be like all done before I told anyone. So, yeah, I'm okay. We could talk later. Yeah, the fires have been nuts. They stopped it literally 2 miles from my place, to give you an idea. It destroyed 700 something buildings and homes. So yeah. Pretty long, yeah. I called off work, so I'm not going out in the smoke and trying to drive through evac areas and stuff. I'll just wait. We're not even supposed to technically be here, so I'll just wait till that's cleared.
Like my eyes burning.
My raids and stuff are back on, so I'll try to find some in the raid here. I took a week with no raids, so. Let's see. We're gonna raid the onion. The onions had it pretty rough. I don't know if I should say, but he's had it pretty rough. Well, let's see if we can cheer him up a little bit. He's playing marble wibbles, so I think most people like that. And there you will find Pika and Snow. Snow missing out on all the I've said. Shame, really. Everyone get ready for raid. I will see you soon. I live tomorrow. Yeah. I already said that. I'll see you soon. Otsumotsu. Good night. I can explain Snow. I was inspired of his brain. I swear.